Good morning. Good morning. Hello, 13th. God, my eyebrows. They're still there. They're still there. Look how dark they look, though, when the rest of me isn't dark enough. But hopefully, we'll have a verdict, and I'm going to take the weekend off and get some sun in my life. Hello, hello. Y'all come on in. Take your seats. It is Casual Thursday. I ain't got on nothing but eyebrows and pajamas. I am so happy to see y'all. This is going to be a great day. Iowa? No! Oh, my sound effects aren't working. Hold on, I have to turn them on. I forget to turn them on sometimes. BRB, you just hang out right there. Just hang out right there. Just don't move. Hold on. We'll be right with you. You just wait there. Ah, it's not working. Aliens. Okay, we'll have to get it working in a minute. Well, cha-ching. I'll do it myself. Cha-ching. Hello, hello. Pajama day. Woo, woo. Yep, you know what? I have woke up at like 4-ish the last couple of mornings to get podcast episodes recorded. And I was like, I've got one more that I need to do before the verdict. And I was like, you know what? Nah, we'll just wait. Maybe we'll wait till later today or till after the verdict and I'll record the last episode because I was tired, y'all. And I feel like this is one of those times where we just needed to sleep in, me and Lucy. So we slept in and she's wandering around here somewhere. Oh, she's right behind me. We slept in and I ordered iced coffee from Dunkin' Donuts, DoorDash, and we laid in bed and watched cheesy reality TV. And that is all I needed in my life this morning. It was amazing. And I did not do not even one bit of work this morning. And it was amazing and I needed it. So that is that is why we're having Pajama Thursday. And I figured what better way to mentally prepare myself for verdict day. Hopefully verdict day. You know, they could surprise us and wait to come back till tomorrow, but I think they'll come back today. Dina, bad A. I'm not saying that out loud. Bad A. 420. Oh, now she's here. Hold on. Here we go. Let me add Lucy. Hello, Miss Lucy girl. Thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. You the best. You the best. Miss Pris here was also excited that we ordered Dunkin' Donuts because when I order Dunkin' Donuts, they make these like little bacon maple things. I don't know. I've never actually eaten them, but I'll order them for her because she likes bacon. So, so she has she just had a special treat. Since I get iced coffee, she gets like little pieces of bacon. So she's very excited. Yes, these are the same eyebrows from last night, and they held up pretty well. I mean, I didn't sleep real rough, I guess. I did pretty good. There's like one little bald spot. Wait, in this one. But, you know, what's one little bald spot? What's one little bald spot in an eyebrow? One little bald spot is not too bad, but if you saw RA's picture that he sent last night with his two big bald spots, it was really funny. He did a good job. All right, let's see. Let me welcome First in Chat. Congratulations to our First in Chat. Getting the party going, getting the tailgate started, getting all the good stuff happening. Thank you. Let me get our court day pulled up and see what's happening in the courtroom. I think they are supposed to start deliberating early this morning. See, they ruined our whole business yesterday because they didn't tell us they didn't tell us what time they were starting, but I assume that they are going to be. Look at her. All of her stuff. It's a mess down there in her little mini condo. I have see, you can see where let me try not to show my feet. Remember, not that kind of party. But you can see where she's got toys and stuff, and then her rug gets moved, and she's got. I don't know. I'll have to fix it later today. I'm thinking that they are supposed to start at 9 Pacific time. Look at her looking at the camera. Oh, you know what? I didn't take my medicine. Hold on. No wonder I can't formulate a sentence. All right. Give me about 30 minutes and I'll be back to normal. You know, I did not tell people for the longest time that I had ADD. It was one of those things I was embarrassed about. And now I am very open with it because I realize there's nothing to be embarrassed about. That's part of life. And I'm not the only one who suffers from ADD. And it's okay to have ADD, and it's okay to take your medicine for ADD. So I used to not tell anybody, and now I share it openly because it's okay. All right, now I got everything situated. Lucy wants treats now. No, Lucy doesn't want treats. Lucy wants some more of that bacon I was just giving her. She thinks I've got more. She thinks I'm holding out on her. So look at her tail wagging. Can y'all see that little nub just a going? How funny is she? She thinks I've got more bacon. Hi, big girl. I don't have any more. You ate it all. You're a pig. Yeah, that's what happened. This kid. It's okay to take your meds. Yes. Yes. See, I'm an ADD girl too. I am not the only one. It's okay. It's okay. We are in this together. Let's do a poll. Don't you? Oops. Yes, let's do a poll. Okay. Start poll. All right. Woohoo! When do we expect a verdict? Before lunch? After lunch? Before tomorrow? After lunch tomorrow? Okay. All right. Poll is up. Yes. I'm ready for this. I'm ready. I just hope and pray that they make the right decision. And I really feel like they will, because this jury seemed like they were really on it. 80s Music Man, you are lucky that my sound effects are not working. Because I would be sneak shaming you. Shaming you for sneaking in. Let's see. Hello to those of y'all still coming in, still joining us. She's literally over there sniffing by the counter thinking that I'm just holding out on her. You ate it all. You ate that bacon and you ate your breakfast and you had a treat. She's like staring at me and her ears are perked up like, did you say bacon? Did you say bacon? Does that mean there's more? Does that mean there's more? No. Let's see. Do you feel a difference if you don't take your meds? I know I need to get a prescription. Yes, I do. Sometimes I can't, like, sometimes I forget. And it's funny because I will even have people on stream that are like, did you forget again? I'm like, oh yeah, that's why we're talking about like camping and football instead of what we're here to talk about. And that's okay. Actually, you know what though? On verdict days, it wouldn't be so bad to not have it because those are the days that we wander off anyway, looking at different things. Sneak shaming. That's a new thing. Sneak shaming. Murray Moss, yes. They deserve peace. Oh, Marie Moss, we didn't get to post your everything. We had RA on with us and at the end of everything yesterday, so we didn't get to post your stuff. Do you have your stats from yesterday? From closings? Tangy Mills, new member, welcome, welcome. You are now best friends with us, and you live here now. This is your life. We are your best friends. This is how life is. We are glad to have you. You can never leave. Let's see. Oh yes, ma'am. She's got her stuff. Of course, Marie Moss. She's like on it, doggone it. She's like our very own court reporter, except for instead of having to like record all the stuff that we don't care about, she records all the stuff we do. Thank you so much, Jackie D. I am going to go to my P.O. box today when we finish here. Hopefully we'll get a verdict soon. We can call it a day early. I can go get all my errands done. And then we'll just continue on with Casual Thursday. Sounds like a good idea. And it's Thirsty Thursday at the bowling alley. So, I mean, there's that. There's all kinds of fun stuff going on today. So far, everybody thinks that we're going to have a verdict today after lunch. What's up next? Let's talk about that. I haven't even taken the chance to look. I was pulling court documents last night, and the case I was telling y'all about that where it's a friend of mine that I've been friends with her for decades. That shows how old I am. We've been friends for a little over 20 years, since freshman year of college. She lived right down the hall in my dorms, freshman year of college. And her husband, who was also one of my good college friends, actually, I hooked them up. I set them up on their first date. And because he and I were good friends and she and I were friends and lived in the same dorm, and I hooked them up on their first date, and that was 20 something years ago, and now they are married still and have a kid. So I'm like Cupid, y'all. But they live in the Orlando area, and that's where that case is that I was telling you about, where it was a friend of theirs that they knew and hung out with, went to their house, was friends with her and her new husband. And they found out that, they had gone over there to hang out and stuff, and had like bonfires out there. And like they had a real nice newish fire pit out there in the yard. And come to find out, she had murdered her husband and buried him in that fire pit. And they were roasting marshmallows over his dead body. So she's going to be on trial for the murder of her husband and hiding his body and stuff and burying him under the fire pit. And they had finally set the trial finally set the trial for September, and then her attorneys filed a motion to continue it again. She's out on bail, which is why they keep wanting to continue. They just can't possibly be ready. She's out there just living her life while his family is suffering and waiting for justice. And the attorney, it's been years, and the attorney keeps filing motions. Isn't that ridiculous? Makes me so mad. So they had a hearing this week, and I pulled it thinking, okay, please don't continue it again. Please don't continue it again. They continued it again. Makes me so mad. So sad. So sad. Here, since we have, we only have a few days left in the Thami show, we'll put our little, speaking of getting justice, we'll put the wives up. We'll honor the wives while we're waiting on the Thami show. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Right. Okay, so the statistics have gone down just a little bit now. It's 60% of you say today after lunch, and now 59, and then 31% say before lunch. I'll tell you, yeah, if you read about her, yeah, it's freaky. What's sad about it is that, my friend was telling me, when she went over there to, where is Lucy? Oh, she's over there looking at the seagulls. My friend, when she went over there and they did the, like roasting marshmallows and stuff with the kids, she was like, our kids were roasting marshmallows, like making s'mores and stuff, on this bonfire. And her, the kid's dad was buried under there. So sad. All right. Our statistician, Marie Moss, says yesterday, 4 sidebars, 3 objections, which is 3 objections in closing arguments is not common, y'all. That's not a common thing. Let's see. State closing was 2 hours and 9 minutes, which was fire. Yes, it was. And defense closing 1 hour and 30 minutes, blah, blah, blah. Yes. So good. It was so good. So good. She is still sniffing. Like, she'll go look at seagulls, and then she'll come back and look for bacon. Now she's finally given up. Given up on getting more bacon, I guess. There we go. Casey said, I wish before lunch, then we can move on. Right? We got to see what's next. We have to see what trials are starting next. Let me pull out my handy dandy calendar. What trials do y'all know of any that are starting next? I got to pull out everything up. Man, I haven't had a Dunkin' iced coffee in a minute. Oh, there's a hearings motion that is live for the Young Thug Rico trial. Oops. Dang it. What did I hit? That one is going to be like 9 months long or something like that. Isn't that crazy? And the jury selection is taking so long. It is if it keeps going the way that it does and it lasts for 9 months, the trial, then it will be the longest trial in US history if you include the trial and the jury selection. That's crazy, huh? Gosh, man quickly convicted and sentenced for stabbing his wife to death after 10 days of marriage. Yeah, there ain't no chance on God's green earth I will cover the Young Thug trial. No, thank you. 9 months of music fans pretending like they know what they're talking about. No, thank you. Cannot pay me to do that. Let's see. Oh, that one that we had looked at, I have not followed it. That one that we had talked about possibly doing um, before this one, but they started on the same day, so I chose this one. The Henry, um, what's it, Dinkins or whatever his name is. Um, that one has been going on, and I've been hearing that one's the one where uh, it was I think she was 10 years old. Is it Briasia that he um, kidnapped her and killed her? That one's been going on. Trying to see what else starts. Nursey Dog Mom said it's good. I've been watching it. They're on like day like 11 or something, aren't they? I think so. Ari popped in to check. Yeah. Yep. I got my eyebrows on. I slept in them. Of course, I don't think Ari could have slept in his eyebrows because I think that his face could not have hit the pillow because those were some. I mean, that was some serious square footage on those things. It's like we were talking about how it looks like two of Lucy's little dog beds right there. Mini Duck YouTube has been doing that a lot lately. There's so many times when I have to go out and come back in, and I don't know why. I don't know why it does that. Tommy Jones says, I did watch his interrogation in the first part of the trial. His young son outed him. They look like big worms. Y'all can tell my medicine hasn't kicked in yet. I'm getting so distracted. That's why I normally try to take it before we start. Okay. All right. I'm not going to get distracted anymore. Here we go. Focusing. All right. What's starting next week? This one. Okay. Let me tell you about Chad Dorman and why this one makes me so sick. I mean, other than the fact that it's kids, and y'all know how I feel about that, and y'all know that I cry. What's hard about this one? Okay, so I lived in Ohio for 6 years, and I the area that I lived in was like in between like Cincinnati and Dayton, closer to Dayton, but in between Cincinnati and Dayton. And Chad Dorman and his family lived in Claremont County. Well, I worked like a little south of where I lived and doing marketing, and my largest account was in Claremont County, and so like right by where, like or like right where all of this happened. So like I have a lot of, you know, I worked that account for years. I have a lot of contacts there and stuff, and um, this is random, but I guess I don't want to give out too personal information. But anyway, one of my contacts is from a bank, and she and I have kept in touch over the years. And she's actually on my Facebook, and she messaged me and said that I don't want to give too much information because I want to respect their privacy. But one of the family members works at the bank that she's at, and it's just you watch these things and you see these things, but then when you see somebody who has because I don't have a personal connection to it. I mean, I worked in the town where it happened, like that was one of my accounts. I don't have a personal connection to it, but it's kind of one of those things like, oh wow, this can happen in your backyard, but then when you see somebody who's like right there with the victims and stuff, like, oh man, it's just, oh, like seeing the pain that they go through, it just reminds you of how much something this hateful affects everybody. And it's so sad. Oh, and that was just, my heart just, y'all know how I am with the babies, y'all. It don't matter if the babies are like babies or if they're, like teenage babies. It's just still, oh, the kids. Oh, it kills me. He admitted to doing it, but then went and pled not guilty, which just makes me sick. Oh gosh, it just makes me sick. They were beautiful little boys. And and think about their sister, like, stepsister, how a half sister, how she, that's exactly how I feel like he pled not guilty like a coward. He's even admitted to, he admitted to doing it and had even said he had been planning it. How you gonna plead not guilty? Plead guilty and don't put their family through anything else. Oh, I feel so bad for that mom, that sister. Could you imagine? I mean, that's something that's that's the rest of their lives just torn up. I just can't even. Oh man, I always say, like, I'm not a big fan of death penalty, but then it's like you see stuff like that and it's like, okay, if there's going to be a time to use it, it would be, for me, something like that. But Ohio hasn't been, I mean, they have death penalty, but it's pretty much on hold. They're not sentencing anybody to death. Or let me rephrase. They might give the sentence, but they're not actually doing any executions. Oh, hurts my heart. It was infuriating watching the police cam, and I felt sick and mad all at the same time. I agree. It's just one of those things, like, it literally has, when it's oh, I'm going to cry. Gather myself. The kid victims really get to me. It just makes me so sad. I just, look, kids are little jerks sometimes. I raised one. I'm allowed to say that. But, so are adults. And adults are more, jerky than kids. And kids have their whole lives ahead of them. So it makes me, I hate it. Hate it. It's just, it's one of those things that's like hard to even imagine, because like just, oh, the number of people that loved them, and I just would like to see him, full extent of the law, just let him have it. John has been a member with us for 2 whole months. Thank you, Brainy, and the generosity of the 13th Jury family. Woohoo! We are family. We are family. We are glad to have you for 2 whole months. We can, but they are not deliberating yet. So we will start the clock back when they get there. But they are not actually deliberating yet. So when they do, we'll start our clock. I think they're supposed to be there in about 20 minutes, hopefully. Y'all got me crying on Casual Thursday. The other one, I'll have to look after my medicine kicks in, when I can focus on things a little bit easier. But the other one that I have been doing a deep dive into is Karen Reed. Y'all, have y'all seen all this about Karen Reed? This whole Karen Reed thing is, I have gone down the rabbit hole. I'd heard of it. And I'd heard, like, oh, she's, was arrested for killing her boyfriend, and he's a Boston police officer. And, but there are people that think that she might have been set up. And I was like, ooh, a setup. I love hearing about those. Not, I love hearing about, that came out wrong. You know what I mean? I love digging into those when I see them. Because I'm like, I'm pretty good at, the devil's in the details. And y'all know me, I can pick out some details. And so it's one of those things that, I was like, okay, I'll start looking into this. So I'd started, watching a little bit. And I'd watched that Surviving the Survivor show that he did about it. And he had some people on there who were talking about her or talking about the case, and that's the one I told y'all about, that episode when we were on stream, the one where that lady that, I told them they need new merch that says Mute Wendy, but the lady who was like just being real disrespectful and yelling over everybody. All right, let's pull it up. We'll look at it while we're waiting on court to start. So we still got about 20 minutes. And she was on Nightline the other night. I have not watched it yet, but she was on Nightline. So this is why this is crazy. Let me pull up. And they asked to have the judge recuse herself. I mean, let me try to find a thing that has a bunch of the good pictures. All right, so let's change this. All right, so that's a mattress. So this is Norfolk County. So it's right outside. This is right outside of Boston, right? It says supporters swarmed around Karen Reed. Okay, so she's charged with killing her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, in January of 22. Prosecutors say that she hit him with her car and left him to die in the middle of a snowstorm after the two got into an argument earlier in the day. Okay, so here's what they're saying happened. Her and her boyfriend, the police officer, were out hanging out, kind of bar hopping, whatever. They had gotten into an argument, before, but she was driving, took him to a party, like an after party type thing, dropped him off at that party and went home. Now, I've been digging into this for the last few days and almost a week now. So I don't have all of the stuff yet. Y'all know how I am. I want to get every single bit of everything. But from everything I've read so far and like the court documents and stuff, it's just, there's so much to this, y'all. So depending on who you ask, different things happened. We know that she took him to that party. He got out of the car. She never exited the car. So she goes to drive off. And from what it sounds like she, from everybody who saw her, he got out of the car and then she kept going like this way. She didn't do like a 3-point turn. But if she kept going this way, she could not have backed over him, which is a huge part of all of this. So she goes home, goes to bed, whatever. She wakes up like early in the morning, like 4 or 5 in the morning. I can't remember. I don't have my chart here, but like 4 or 5 in the morning, wakes up and he's not home. So she starts panicking, looking for him. She calls, I'm trying to think of how I can explain this. Okay. Imagine that she goes to drop him off at a house full of Murdochs and all the people who know Murdoch, like Alex Murdoch and, all the brothers and the dad and the sons and the cousins and all their family and friends and the Corey Flemings and imagine that she dropped him off in a house of those people, right? And she goes home and goes to bed. And then all of a sudden she gets a phone call, or she calls and can't find him, whatever, and goes to look for him. She goes back to that house and he is lying dead in the yard out there. And they're telling her that she did a 3-point, the officer, the main one who's investigating all of this, is friends with this group that we're saying is like, that I'm comparing to the Murdochs, like where it's just like they have power and tentacles everywhere. And he's directly involved with them, but yet he's the one that's investigating. And they're saying that he died because she did a 3-point turn after she dropped him off and backed over him and left, and her tail light was busted, but there's ring camera footage of her when she's leaving her house, and she backs that exact tail light into his car that's parked in the driveway. She's pulling out of the garage, backs into his car that's parked into the driveway. And I think that is actually how she busted her tail light. So, or cracked it and it busted more or whatever. But you can see her hit that car. But now she's got this whole group of this family that's like family and friends and stuff and that's the best way I can explain this is like if it's like, imagine the Murdochs are in Boston, like where they just, they've got, generational, ties to people and to the community, and they've got people in high places, and they're all intertwined and all have known each other forever. And now she's got all of them saying, oh, it was her, when in reality, it seems like it is very likely that something happened. And that's, I haven't even gotten into all the step data and stuff, y'all. I mean, there's so much to this. And now when I started digging in, now I understand why everybody kept sending this one to me saying, please do charts, because it's crazy. So it's wild because it's like she's got all of these people saying that this is, that this is what she did. She's now being charged, and she's not even being charged with vehicular homicide, or it's murder. And for her to, if you look at like the step data, the call data, the deleted calls, there's one of the girls who she had talked to who supposedly was, going to help her go look for him and stuff, had deleted, who was at this party. So she's involved with the Boston Murdochs, right? And they're not actually Murdochs. I'm saying, like, I'm calling them the Boston Murdochs because it's like that. So the whole thing is like, she had looked at, I can't remember, it's on my chart, like 2 something in the morning, 2:45 in the morning, whatever it was. How long does it take to die in the cold? And she spelled how wrong. She spelled it with an HOS or whatever. But she Googled that. Now, this is before, Karen Reed. I mean, this is when Karen Reed was it's just, there's so much. 2:37, there it is, 2:37 a.m. I said 2:45 or something like that. I knew it was around there. And she deleted all these things, and then she Googled it again later when she was, I think after she had already gotten with Karen, because they were going to go look for him and stuff. But there's so much information that not only, I mean, reasonable doubt, that's like out the window. I mean, reasonable doubt is, there's more doubt in this case than there have been in any other I've ever seen that have gone to trial. But take out the whole reasonable doubt thing. There's so much that leads to her innocence, not just not guilty, but her actual innocence. And I will be shocked if this actually makes it to trial. I mean, the autopsy photos, man, this guy, he did not just get backed over by a car. I mean, it looks like he got beat up, and then there's, marks and stuff. It looks like he got attacked by a dog, possibly. And they happen to have a dog, a German Shepherd there, who, was known to have, I think he bit at least 2 people. And then all of a sudden after that, the dog was gone. I mean, it's just crazy. The stuff that the amount of data and the amount of all the reports and stuff, like I've been filing through it. It's just crazy. And then even like the step data they rehomed the German Shepherd after 7 years. Okay, I've had a German Shepherd. Anybody who's ever had a German Shepherd or any dog really, but I mean, German Shepherds are just so like, they are very much, one owner dogs. They may love the whole family, but they have one number one. And it's just that's just how they are. And they're very protective and they're very loyal. And if there's a fight going on and you've got a dog that has already been known to bite other people, I could see, like if anybody even pretended to, come at me or joke around or something, Duke would go like snap at him and stuff. My Duke was my German Shepherd, but so it looks like they got in a fight. And then there's a hothead who, I mean, it's so crazy. I've been working on my charts for this one because it's crazy. And the one who deleted or who Googled the, how long does it take to die in the cold? She had looked up some other things too. And then, like deleted all of these calls and searches and stuff like that. And it worked for a minute. They originally didn't find all of those searches and everything that she had done. And then Karen Reed got a data dude to come in and do like a full extraction, and they found all that. The officer who is like right up involved in all of that is he's sketchy is the best. They redid the basement floor after having just done it 3 years prior. Why are you going to redo the basement floor after? It's just there's so much. So much. Oh yeah, and Googled how long to digest food. Because if you know how long it takes, like that's everybody who's ever watched any kind of true crime anything knows that how long it takes to digest food is or how digested your food is in your stomach and everything is part of how they can tell how long you've been dead. Craziness. And they sold their family home that they had for generations in a hot market for $50,000 less. Yeah, like they were trying to get out of there, so it never got searched. And then the geofencing, like they won't release geofencing. There's so much in this one. And as I've started digging in, now I'm like, okay, this is why everybody kept sending me this one. And I'm not even halfway through all the documents yet. So I plan on working on that over the next week or so and getting some charts done. It's crazy. And then when I watched that Surviving the Survivor podcast where they were talking about this one, there's a journalist named Turtle Boy who is in the Boston area, and he's looked through all this. And anyway, he and I have been talking a little bit. He's sent me some stuff to look at too, and just he knows a lot about it, and he's been looking into it and stuff. So so I've been in communication with him. I'm going to do a chart and put it all out there. I have Sleuthy Goosey has done a data chart on it and has a lot of the time stuff and everything too. So she has some good stuff out there too. So there's a lot of information. Sleuthy Goosey is great. She does a lot of she does charts kind of how I do. She'll do like the spreadsheet chart, but she'll do, her charts are similar to how I do my data charts. But then I also do the visualization charts where I take all the data and kind of pare it down and make it easier to digest. And I think that's what this one needs, because there's so much data. You know, it's like with Murdoch, I would have my full data charts, and then I would have my data visualization charts where you kind of take out all the extra stuff and make it into blocks so you can kind of keep a better idea of what happened. And so that's what I'm working on. But it's crazy. It is crazy. It's crazy. I think it's definitely a police cover up. And I think it's definitely the Boston Murdochs that are all working together. And I'm not real big on conspiracy theories, but when everything points to a conspiracy theory, y'all know how I am. I say it on here all the time. You know, people lie, but data don't lie. And when all the data points toward one thing, oh, White Paint says, don't forget, one of the people involved said she got a call at 4:55 from Google lady telling her that he was dead. The body wasn't found until an hour later. And the only witness, and the plow, they had talked to okay, so there's a thing so there's different reports that were altered or changed or whatever. And they had said something about a plow company coming by. He made up the plow company. The plow company that he put on there is not the real plow company. This is the officer who I said was all up involved in it. And he didn't even put the real plow company. Like he faked the plow company. And then when they talked to the actual plow driver from the not fake plow company, he said he didn't see a body out there when he went by, which would make the whole she hit him, ran into him and left him for dead thing completely void. It's crazy. It is crazy. So I've gotten super involved in that one, which is great, except for that now I have something else that's going to keep me from sleeping at night. But that's okay. Which is part of the reason I slept in this morning. I stayed up last night going over a lot of this stuff. Let's see what else it says. Okay, the prosecution says there was no conspiracy or cover-up. Such claims have been systematically refuted by evidence submitted to Norfolk Superior Court. Oh, and that's another thing too. So Reed said that she admired that O'Keefe was taking care of his sister and brother-in-law's children after their parents passed away 7 years prior. So he had his niece and nephew that he was taking care of. And Phoenix Rising says, I watched the STS episode per your recommendation. See, I'm the same. Like with conspiracy theories, I like to hear them, but I always kind of think like, okay, well, some of this could be true. It's kind of one of those things like, how a jury looks at, or is told to look at testimony. You know, like you put weight on what you decide to put weight on. Some of this you think, you know, oh, this could be legit, but that doesn't fit into what, you know, I think would be realistic or whatever. You take what you know, take what you want and put weight on what you want, and then, you know, dismiss the rest. So I always like to hear them. But with this one, there's so much. There's so much. So it's like, there's a lot of covering up, and there's a lot of yeah, I don't get it. Let's see. Reclaims that the couple had an argument on New Year's Eve when they were away on vacation. O'Keefe became incoherently drunk and didn't come back to their room until 3 a.m., leaving her to ring in the new year with O'Keefe's niece and nephew. Felt taken advantage of. Kept apologizing. Don't want to keep rehashing this, whatever. Okay, so a few weeks later, the couple was invited to meet up with some friends at the Waterfall Bar in Canton. This is where everything happened. They ran into Brian Albert, a fellow Boston police officer who Reed says O'Keefe looked up to. So, look, first of all, he's hot. Second of all, she's beautiful. So at the bar, according to Reed, O'Keefe told her they were invited to continue hanging out at Albert's home. I said, can we make sure we're welcome here? Nobody extended the invite to me. I didn't hear the invite extended to you, she said. The couple then drove to Albert's house. What happened next is disputed. So this guy, who's like one of the kind of main Murdoch, whatever, the Boston Murdochs, not the actual Murdochs, O'Keefe like looked up to him or whatever, thought, you know, respected him, whatever. So she said, so I pull at the foot of the driveway. It's snowing. John has no coat on. It's windy, so I drop him off. He goes up the driveway and approaches the side door. And as I see him approach the door, I look down at my phone. Reed says after about 10 minutes of waiting in the car, she became irritated that he still hadn't gotten in touch with her. So she said that she says she then drove back to O'Keefe's home where she continued calling him before falling asleep at around 1:30 a.m. She said that when she woke up before 5, he still wasn't home, so she started canvassing the neighborhood. She enlisted help from O'Keefe's friend, Carrie Roberts, and Jennifer McCabe. She's the Googler, the sister-in-law of Brian Albert, who was also at Albert's house that night. So the Googler is the sister-in-law of the one that she was at the house too, sister-in-law of the one that he said that he, you know, like looked up to and stuff. The 3 women headed toward Albert's home. After pulling in, Reed says she saw O'Keefe's body immediately. O'Keefe was pronounced dead at the hospital. He died from blunt. Now they're not going live for another 2 hours for Verdict Watch. I guess they just got notice that they're not starting for 2 hours. We might take a little break then and then come back in 2 hours. I'll leave the stream up, but we'll turn off chat. But I think we're going to take a break for 2 hours. All right, so the blunt force trauma, if she's backing up over, like ran into somebody, that's not blunt force trauma. And if you look at her car, the tail light where it's hit is not, I mean, it's like, you know what it looks like? It looks like she backed into a car. You know why it looks like that? Because she backed into a freaking car. You can see on the video where she backed into his car, and right where that taillight is, it doesn't look like she ran over him and did that kind of damage. And blunt force trauma on the ground in the snow and grass. And then how would his body have been on the other side? Like, it wasn't in the driveway. It's just nothing about this makes sense. I had told both Jen and Carrie that I cracked my tail light. I just hit my car on top of everything, but I didn't look at the damage. And both women said, it's cracked. It's cracked. Calm down. You cracked your tail light. You're okay. Let's go look for John. According to police statements, McCabe told authorities that as they searched for O'Keefe, Reed said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? When his body was discovered, first responders who arrived on the scene claimed to have overheard Reed saying, I hit him. I hit him. She disputes that, telling ABC News, I said, I hit him. It was preceded by a did and preceded by a question mark. What I thought could have happened was that, did I incapacitate him unwillingly somehow, and then in his drunkenness, he passed out? Ashley, 1 whole month. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. We're glad to have you here. Alyssa K, hello. Alyssa K said, oh, I just got here. This freaking case, y'all. Yeah, it's a crazy one, huh? Crazy one. Asked how many drinks she had at the bar that night, she told ABC News probably about 4. But prosecutors alleged that Reed was intoxicated after having 9 drinks that night. She claims it's not possible that she may have hit O'Keefe unwittingly with her SUV. She has been indicted on second-degree murder charges. Investigators reported finding, quotes, fragment of broken glass on the rear bumper on Reed's vehicle, and that a broken cocktail glass was found by what appeared to be patches of blood near his body. The victim, Mr. O'Keefe, is last observed on surveillance video with a cocktail glass in his right hand, same arm that is injured, same type of glass that is recovered from the defendant's car. I mean, it goes on and on. Y'all, this one is just one of those that's like, just so, this isn't even the surface of it. And the more I've dug in, which is why I'm tired and look like this, I went down this rabbit hole last night working on it some more. And I had looked at some stuff that Turtle Boy sent me. And actually, if you have, let me find his, and I will tell y'all, I just saw him recently when the first time I'd seen him was on Surviving the Survivor podcast. And he uses the cursey words. And I know sometimes hold on, let me find it let me look at my DMs. He sent me a link for a video that he has that actually does a really good job explaining. Oops. Share. I'll post this link. Because this is a good video that he does of kind of an intro to everything. And he does a great job with this one. I just posted a link to it. So if y'all want to know more about this one, because this is my next deep dive, this is the one that I am working on right now with all the charts and everything. So if y'all want to get a good kind of crash course on what this case is about, he had sent me this video. This is one of the ones that I watched when I first started getting into it. And he does a good job of explaining it. Keep in mind, they only interviewed one EMT, and she happens to be besties with the homeowner's daughter. I mean, there's pictures of these people like at each other's weddings and, you know, their kids together. And, you know, like when I say this is like the Boston Murdochs, like it really is. Like their ties are so, or I mean, it really does remind me of. This case, this Turtle Boy is great. He should come on the show. I would have him. He's sent me some good stuff so far. Oops. What's the person's name that is charged? Karen Reed is charged. Yeah, his video Framed. That's the one that I just posted the link to. That one was good. I just posted the link in comments. I'll post it on Twitter too. But I'm just telling you, I know like he does use the cursey words. I know some of, you know, just his settings are different than mine where I can't use anything in the first 2 hours. He uses, his settings are different, just telling y'all. But the thing that I liked about him, y'all know how I am with facts. And I have plenty of theories, but if they're theories, I like to say, this is my theory and this is why. And one of the things that I liked about him was that he had a lot of facts from like court documents and from actual investigating, which is my whole thing. Y'all know I love that part. And the theories that he had, he specified that they were theories. He didn't present them as fact, which I liked. And he said, you know, why he, you know, had those theories. And that's something that I respect in somebody. So I liked that. Look, I use the cursey words too. I just don't use them on the channel because my settings are different on the channel. But I just like to warn, you know, because I've had, y'all know I'll slip up and get mad and call somebody an asshole or call somebody something real quick. I've gotten mad during trials and stuff before where, you know, it'll come out. But I try not to. And sometimes when I do, people are like, oh my God, I can't believe you said that. Well, you should see me when I'm not on air. All right. So what we're doing next is, y'all can watch that one. That one's going to be our next big deep dive. They are not going to be live in the courthouse until 1:30. So we've got about 2 hour break. What I'll do is I will leave the stream up so that you don't have to try to find it again. I'll leave the stream up, but we're going to turn chat off so our mods can like take a break and hang out for a little bit. And we'll come back in about 2 hours. That gives us a little bit of a break. And by then my medicine will have been kicked in and everything. It'll be exciting and I'll know what the heck we're talking about. And y'all watch that video if you want to, because it's probably the most, and I'll post the link on my Twitter too, just in case, but it's one of the best that kind of is just like gives you a snapshot of the whole thing, and it makes it a little bit easier to understand. So that way, you know, as I'm going through and getting all these charts made and everything, you'll be able to have an idea of what we're talking about. That will give you a better idea than me trying to explain it to you without all of my visual aids. So I think that's all we got for right now. We'll take a break. Mod, y'all, we're going to turn off chat so mods can take a break. But we will come back. They are supposed to be live at 1:30 my time. That's 11:30 Pacific. So we'll go live about 15 minutes before they come back. Sound good? Or they ain't gonna be doing nothing till then. Maybe we'll come back. Yeah, we'll plan on like 15 minutes before. We'll start chat back up about 15 minutes before, if I can figure it out, or if mods can do it, because y'all know how I am with the tech stuff. All right, y'all. I'll put the time on here too. Let me do that real quick. Put the time on. Put the time on. What did I say that it was? 11:30 Pacific. So we'll do 11:15. Time on. Time on. Let's see. Let's see. Y'all can tell my medicine still hadn't kicked in. It's the craziest thing. All right. There we go. All right. So, jurors will be there in about 2 hours. So we will come back in about 2 hours. And I will see y'all here in just a little bit. And maybe Lucy will be awake and lively by then. Samantha M says, yes, come continue the chat in Discord. There you go. There you go. All right, y'all. I'll see you in just a little bit. Hello. Hello. I'm trying to like sneak in like 80s Music Man and be quiet about it so that I don't like scare everyone. Hello. Good afternoon. Good to see you. It's almost time. It's almost time. It's almost time to get a verdict. Hopefully. It is good to see y'all. Like I'm still trying to like sneak around and be quiet so that I don't like scare anyone. We're going to do our little timer down here. We'll make it a little bit bigger. There we go. There we go. Just messing with stuff. There we go. Everybody's here to see Lucy. There we go. I think I've got it. I just messed something up. Let's see. Oh, maybe I need to put that in the top. Let's see. I'm moving things around. Just bear with me. They haven't started back yet. So I'm getting everything prepared now so that when they do, we'll be ready, Freddy. All right, let's see. I think. All right, I think that's it. I think that works. That works, right? It works. It works. Hello. Oh, I have to fix our timer. Well, they have a timer. I guess we'll just use theirs. I was gonna say I have our time written on one of my sticky notes somewhere. But y'all know how I am with sticky notes. But they have a timer, so that works. We'll just use theirs. Wait, I need to fix this again. Hold on. Let's see. There we go. Fix Lucy Cam. Fix Lucy Cam. Lucy Lou. She is ready for verdict day. Okay. Now. There. All right. Now we're ready. I guess I could have done all that before I came back live, but I was just so ready to see y'all. Hello and welcome back, 13 jurors. It is good to see y'all. I hope you had a good couple-hour break. Bug Dugger, what did you learn new today? Did I miss it while I was trying to mess with all of that stuff? Bug Dugger gifted 5 whole memberships. That means we have new best friends.
Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes, welcome, welcome. Emily Louie says, if Ari doesn't have his eyebrows on, so the trial comes back with not guilty, it'll be his fault. All right, let's see. Bug Dugger gifted a membership. It went to Real Naughty, Joy Morris, Kayleen, and Angie H. Oh, wait, and one more. And Brooke Hafner. Congratulations to y'all. Congratulations to y'all. Thank you so much, Bug Dugger. I appreciate your generosity. I appreciate it. It is good to see y'all. Good to see y'all. You, ma'am. I just watched your video earlier, a little bit ago. And I decided to go since I was going to, I didn't, look, I stayed in pajamas. But I did curl my hair. I was sitting there. I was like, you know what? I'm going to do my hair. So I spent about 10 minutes. So it's not all curled, but most of it is. It's, it is what it is. But while I was sitting there, I sat there and curled my hair and I listened to or watched Kathy's new video. If y'all haven't seen it, if y'all don't follow or subscribe or whichever one it's called on this, if y'all haven't subscribed to Kathy and you don't watch her videos, you are missing out. It is so funny. It's the dirt and the tea and everything in between, and it's hilarious, and I love it. Fun times. 80s music man tried to sneak in earlier and you were busted. Oh, and guess what else I did during my time? I called about the aliens and told them that I was like, I sent a report already that we have alien attacks at 5 o'clock Eastern every single day. So I was like, it might be the end of y'all's business day, but it is still smack dab in the center of mine. And so they're looking into it. So they said that they should have the alien invasion thing fixed by today. So we will see at 4 o'clock my time, 5 o'clock Eastern. We'll see if we have the alien attack today or if they were actually able to fix it. And if they were able to fix it, that's great. Especially because we don't want to miss any moments. And it's like it puts us like 30, 45 seconds behind every single day. Because as soon as I see StreamYard do that little blink thing, I'm like, oh, crap, it's about to go out again. So then I pause YouTube and then I have to wait on StreamYard to, reset and pick me back up. So, so then we get, which, I mean, look, there are worse problems to have in the world, but it's just one of those things that's kind of annoying. But if we don't have our alien invasion every day at 5 Eastern, I'm kind of going to miss it. I'm not even going to lie. I'm kind of going to miss our alien invasion. It's like we know that our friends are coming, And now what? Will RA and I meet up on the same stream once a verdict? I'm down with it. If he wants to, I'm totally down. We can do that. It'll be fun. I think it'll be nice for all of us since we all watch together on both streams. I think it'll be fun for us to all watch the verdict together. So I haven't talked to him today other than when I was lurking for most of the day. But I did hear a little bit of his stuff from today, but I haven't actually talked to him. So, but I'm down. RA is always welcome on this stream. Birthday! It's your birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! That's our new sound effect. RA's Billy Brows gave me an idea. Not sure how you both are handing the 10,000 sub stickers. We should have a best wackiest brows contest and the top 10 winners get stickers. Yes. I like that. We're making verdict brows a thing, y'all. I've still got, I don't know if you can see this. Hold on. Let's see. Can you see? It's on this one. I've got just a little bit of a bald spot. My camera's fuzzy. Hold on. Let me see. Settings. Okay. Now let's see if you can see. I've got just a little bit of a bald spot on this one where it started to come out while I was sleeping. Can you see that? Just a little bit of a bald spot, but the rest of it stayed on. Not too bad. There's always an 80s invasion. Yes, yes. Oh, here. Forgot. Oops. Wrong one. Oops. Yep. There we go. Happy birthday to you. RA's got his brows back on. Good. Color it in. What do you color it in with? All I got's like Sharpies. And a crayon. Like Thummy. Oh, Thummy boy. I think they like make pencils and stuff for that. But guess who doesn't buy them? What's the next trial to watch? Well, I don't know. No clue. Have not figured that out yet. Lucy just had an alien invasion. Did y'all see that? Oh, no. Alien invasion. Oh, shh. Oh. Oh, that scared me. Every time they shoot that dang cannon when I'm not paying attention. They shoot that cannon and it is loud outside my window and it scares me. Why did all of my stuff just get weird? I wonder if they're working on my StreamYard because my little StreamYard thing is like doing a little weird thing. I don't know. Whatever. We'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, Karen Reed looks really interesting. I hope y'all watched that video link. It gives a good. What is happening? I wonder if this is because I messed with my. Oh. Maybe because I messed with my camera settings? What did I do? What did I do? I mean, look, I don't mind being blurry because it makes me look younger. However, hold on. Let me see if I can fix this. BRB. All right. That did it, right? I think. Okay. All right. That should be good. When all else fails, just refresh. And here I am. So back to Karen Reed. I hope that y'all were able to watch that video, or if you didn't, if you get a chance to watch it. It was a perfect little crash course on everything. It's such a crazy case, y'all. And I'm excited. The first thing I'm doing is, y'all know how I like to do my who's who charts. So that's the first one I'm doing. The who's who of everybody and how they are related to each other. Kind of like the one I did for Lori Vallow, because there's trying to figure out who's who in that one, can get kind of confusing. So that's the first one that I'm doing right now. And I've only just barely started on it. I've got one more episode that I'm going to record for of the podcast for this, with the end of I was about to say Moretti. Not Moretti. That's Melly. O'Kelly's testimony. And then the closing argument recaps, and then the verdict. So I got one more podcast episode for this trial to record, and then I'm going to kind of dive into that one, and then we'll figure out what the next trial is. Speaking of Moretti, did y'all see the newest Melly crap? Let me pull it up. I might as well get this out of the way. My little StreamYard thing keeps doing something. I don't know. Okay. All right. Let me pull up Melly. You know, the thing that makes me so upset about this trial is not just that people who don't know anything about the trial or didn't watch it think that he should be set free just because they like his music. That itself infuriates me because that's not, fair to the families. But that's a huge part of it. But what frustrates me is just the dirtiness involved. It's not justice when you are acquitted through loopholes. Throwing that out there. That's not justice. All right, let's see. All right, so this is a they keep kicking me out. I keep getting this little StreamYard thing. I wonder if because I talked to them right before I got on, if they're like doing something. All right. Hello, welcome, Kiki. I'm talking about the Melly case, but the thing with loopholes is just in general. Like getting acquitted over loopholes is not justice. All right, so one thing they have filed, where is it? All right, right here. That Benjamin Aronson, they filed the paperwork for him to also be co-counsel. Benjamin Aronson, Edinger, and Patan, or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, he got more attorneys now. All right. So the Brady request. All right. Motion to compel for Brady. So it says, let's see if I can keep this from messing up again. All right. Defendant files a motion to compel Brady material. All right. They say that he's charged by superseding indictment with 2 counts of first-degree murder. They're seeking death penalty if found guilty. All right, Brady. So Brady material is anything that could be favorable to the defense. Now, that gets confused sometimes with exculpatory evidence. It's not the same thing. It's just Brady stuff is like anything that could be favorable, not something that proves innocence, but just anything that could be favorable. So they say the state must disclose to the defense any information that may be favorable to the defense. The defense team has recently learned that lead detective, oh, my toe's cramping. Toe's cramping. oh, okay. All right, everything's fine. Defense has recently learned that the lead detective is under investigation and that an assistant state attorney has given a statement concerning an incident involving excessive force used by him against a potential witness in this case. So Melly respectfully prays this honorable court will enter an order granting this motion and order for the state of Florida to provide this information and materials pertaining thereto, including the name of the assistant state attorney and the statement given by her within 10 days. So, ow. If you see my toes are like this right now. Look, Lucy's looking at me like, what are you doing? Okay. All right, it's relaxing. Pickle juice helps. I didn't know pickle juice helps. I know bananas help, but I'm out of bananas. Pickle juice helps cramps. It's starting to relax. Lucy's looking at me like, why is your foot in my area? Sorry, you do realize that this is underneath of my desk, right? You're actually technically in my area. Look at her, look at the camera like, y'all hear how she talks to me? All right, anyway. Pickle juice does help. Oh, I'll have to take some of those. I have pickle juice. I'll be here doing shots of pickle juice. All right, so that is the newest filing for Melly. I'm not looking forward to his trial. Lucy's like, don't you grab at me with those crampy toes. Hi, big girl. She y'all, like, could you imagine having a life-size little Lucy area? Like, look how comfortable her little area looks. Could you imagine having that, like, for your own size? I would never leave. She's just living her best life. Okay, so that's the Melly filing. So what they'll do, they will they'll take this, and I can tell you what defense will do. Defense will say, because they already don't like Moretti, and they already were saying that, he was making threats to, that if Track, lied to him, he was going to have him deported. And if whichever one he said, somebody, I think he told him, if they lie to him, he's going to have him thrown in jail or whatever. So they were already saying that was him being, taking things too far and being aggressive and all that stuff. So what they'll do is that if they get this, then they'll use that as a way to say, oh, we'll see, whether they decide that, the investigation goes to this, like to say that they agree with him or not. What they'll say is he, he's so aggressive. He's, whatever. He intimidated these witnesses, and that's the only reason that they, said whatever, which is ironic since it ain't the prosecution side that has complaints about threatening witnesses. And the one attorney who was disbarred for threatening witnesses and tampering with witnesses to have them not come testify, and now, working with Raven and stuff. I don't know. It's too much. This whole thing is too much. Court is back-ish. This timer down here is court. They're deliberating right now. So we're just on their time, waiting on them. Hello, the advocate. It is good to see you. Hello. They're deliberating. I don't think that they brought them in to the court this morning and did anything on camera on the record. I think they just had them go straight to deliberations. So the little clock is counting. We are almost to the first hour. Almost. I wonder if Dominique will have a different attitude in the new trial. Dominique was in Travis Rudolph. This one was Felicia. But I believe they let Felicia get her... I should have pulled that up while they were... I believe they let Felicia get her her ankle monitor off. Because what are they going to do? She ain't going to testify to nothing. She has amnesia. She's already been paid off. She ain't going to... I think that's one of the reasons, too, that this trial makes me so mad, because this is not justice. Having, testimony about things that happened that isn't allowed in because of, legal loopholes, and having testimony that's not allowed in because all of a sudden, somebody doesn't remember anything about anything, even though it's right there in writing. And she says that her, her written statement and her recorded statement and her text messages and her pictures, none of that will refresh her memory. That's not justice. That's bull. That's bull butter, as Ricky Watson says. I don't like that. I don't like legal loopholes. I like justice and truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Not a fan. Not a fan. Which is also why I'm not looking forward to the Melly retrial, because it's going to be another shit show. I mean, let's be honest. He's got new attorneys who specialize in getting people off death row, which is great for innocent people who are, looking at death row. And I've been clear about, I don't think this should be a death penalty case anyway. But I do believe he's guilty. And I'm allowed to say that because I spent so many hours going over everything. Oh my gosh, Kathy Rose, could you imagine if they found Thami not guilty? I don't think that they would. I mean, especially with the closing arguments just filling in all of those loopholes. Keep in mind, the last thing that jury goes in there with are closing arguments. So, oh, I thought it was something exciting. So, I think, having all of the things that they've thrown out there that, all the information, all the tedious stuff, all the boring testimony, all the, stuff that we have to sit through that's not quite as interesting. All of that, those are necessary puzzle pieces in order for closing arguments to come together and put the whole thing together and then send them away with that. And I think they did a fantastic job of that. And the things that defense's closing arguments sucked. Number one, because I'm sassy today. I don't know what my problem is. Lack of sleep. And I'm just telling y'all what I think about everybody. Their closing arguments sucked because I hate, it is one of my biggest pet peeves to see them get up there in closing arguments and twist what people said and misrepresent information. They did it during Travis Rudolph, and now they did it during Thomas Randolph. And I was so mad. I hate that. When he was like, oh, so, and then he gets so dramatic with it. Oh, Lord, help me. He gets so dramatic with it. When that whole thing where he's like, what? So, I'm sorry, what? So she said that the mask was missing since December of 2007 when her nephew moved in? No, that's not what she said. That's not what she said, Mr. Bean. No, sit down. What she said was she hadn't seen that mask since sometime before Christmas. That's what she said. Ugh. I hate that. I hate when they misrepresent facts. This is like, it seems so manipulative. I like truth, and I like justice, and I like facts. And that was none of the above. Would Thami go free if not guilty? I thought he was in prison for something else as well. He will go free if he is, I'm going home. It's as simple as that. Ugh. He will go free, and he will turn around and sue for millions of dollars and say that he lost these 15 years and, slander and defamation and mistreatment and wah. He will turn around and sue if that happened. And then he will be right back to looking for another wife to live off of. I think the state did a fantastic job. I wonder what Thami's reaction will be to the verdict. It's funny. During the last trial, his reaction was, he really didn't react at all. And then when they did the verdict for sentencing, when they announced death penalty, he did like kind of, drop his head a little bit for that one, but he did not react, which they tell them not to, but you never really know, if emotion will take over or what they'll do. But he didn't really react the last time. But he also went into it before, it even happened and said, well, if I'm convicted, I'll get another trial in 3 years, which he did. Ray said that some of his chat said that they didn't think the prosecution gave them enough for guilty. I heard him saying that some of his people in chat thought that. And that's interesting. I disagree, but it's also, and I've said this from the beginning, I am not going to be able to go into this specific trial with an open heart and open mind, because I've already done too much on this one. I already know too much about this one. I know too much about the facts and the things that the jury is not allowed to know. So I said from the very beginning, if you're wanting to watch this one, like, just knowing what the jury knows and keeping an open mind and all that, I am not the one. I love you and I will see you on the next trial, but I am not the one for that, because I already believed, wholeheartedly what the truth was on this one. And so I don't, if he ended up walking on this, it would make me like physically sick, because think about Colleen in that courtroom. Because the thing is, okay, he's chauvinistic. He's a womanizer. He's a liar. He's a racist. He's ridiculous. But they can't convict him for that. So they have to go on. They'll hate him for that. We all do. But they'll have to go on. I hope that clock stopped because there's a verdict. But they have to go on the facts. But I mean, man, y'all, those closing arguments, I think, said it all. I wonder why they took the clock away. I need to know. I need to know these things. Could you imagine 1 hour verdict? That would be like, what's that one we did? It was my very first day court. God, the guy, he lived right by my hometown. What was his name? Gosh, that's crazy. I've done 2 that were right by my old hometown. Richard Merritt, who killed his mama. It shouldn't be lunchtime for them yet because they just got there at. Oh, it's back now. Okay. In the last trial too, they had they said that the jury said that when they went back there, not only that they would have convicted him without all the prior stuff, because they said they had more than enough to convict on just what they saw, but they also said that Shirley Merritt's no good son is what Kathy called him. Yes, that's the best thing to call him. He don't even deserve his name. Shirley Merritt's no good son. His jury was less than an hour. My timer is 5 minutes behind RA's. Is he watching the feed? This is the law and crime timer. Yeah, the computer froze. The court verdict clock is saying 1:24:08. Let me see. Uh-oh. Lucy Cam went out. I have to restart Lucy Cam for whatever reason. All right, I'm sending RA a link in case he wants to join us anytime today when they're done watching whatever they're watching. Let me see if I can reset Lucy Cam. Oh, didn't finish. Y'all, I took my medicine this morning. I don't know why it's still not kicking in. I'm not focused today at all. Thank y'all for keeping me on track. So they said about the verdict that they would have convicted him without the prior bad acts, that they still felt like they had plenty enough to convict, and that as soon as they went back there to the deliberation room, that they already knew what they were going to do, but they said that because they didn't come back with their verdict until the following day, but they said that they knew as soon as they went back there, but the reason that they took so long is because they took the time to go over every single thing and make sure that they were making the right decision, because it was a death penalty case and they wanted to make sure, that they were doing the right thing. So they said that's what took them so long. I'm having to reset Lucy Cam. I don't know why it went off. I'm having all kinds of tech issues today. I called today thinking I was being really productive. Oh, that reminds me, I need to send my other stuff in. Speaking of productive. So many things I'm forgetting. Not that one. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. Sorry. I have to see a new specialist, so I have to send my medical records. And if I don't grab that paper while I'm thinking about it now, then I'll never do it. I thought I was being productive calling about the alien invasion thing hitting at 5 Eastern every day. And now that I tried to avoid that, now I've got every single other tech issue in the whole entire world. All right, let's see if I can get Lucy Cam back up. It's me. It's your password. Okay. They're punishing me. Yes. See what they do to me? Store. It's not that. Okay. This should do it. I mean, not that like y'all are missing any exciting action from her. She's literally laying in the same exact spot, but you know, I know we love having our Lucy Cam. All right. Bam. Look at me fixing stuff. So exciting. I'm like a tech guru. I mean, normally I just turn things off and turn it back on and it fixes it. But besides that, thank you for the super sticker. I almost forgot to hit like. Ooh, I didn't even think about that. I should check my likes. I'm going to hold Lucy hostage. Okay. Have y'all watched the it's in Georgia. JT'd be so proud. So proud. Proud and also relieved that I don't have to like text him every single minute of every single day. Like, hey, what happened to this? What is this? What does this mean? What does that mean? Poor JT. I try not to like bug him with all of the things now. Yes, I sent RA an invite in, I think I sent it in Twitter. Uh-oh. I think this is them. Hold on. All right. Thank you so much. I'll tell them no more alien invasions at 4.
Would you like?
Okay. They just called back. They said no more. They did something, rebooted something, did something, whatever. And they said, which I guess is why they keep kicking me off. Maybe they were fixing whatever they had to fix. And they just told me that we shouldn't have any more alien invasions at 5 p.m., which is actually 4 p.m. for me. But so no more 4 o'clock alien invasions, allegedly. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. My nose is itching. Now, if we have an alien invasion, we got 2 hours. We got 2 hours until our daily invasion. So, if they do invade us at 4, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna call them back, like, excuse me. We shall see. Nick K, are you behind us? Because I don't think I'm muted anymore. If I am, y'all can just make up what I'm saying. That'd be fun too. Look, I see my little bald spot in my vertex eyebrows. That's okay. He's going to be guilty, period. I hope so. I hope so. All right, let's see. Let's see what we've got going on next while we're waiting on this. The one that I was just talking about before they called about the aliens. The self-defense or murder trial in Georgia. Have y'all seen anything about that? I think they're on like day 2 or 3 now. Let's see. I don't know that live share copy. I don't know that they streamed it. Oh, God, my back. Yeah, they're closing today. Because Kathy, isn't it just like, I mean, it was only what, like 2 days or something? It was short, right? Yes, ma'am. All right, let's see. Quanisha Johnson. where'd they go? She told the police she was going to shoot him in self-defense and had her 7-year-old say he hit her mom. See, I don't know anything about it. It was sent to me. I'm trying to see if I can find. The only thing. Oh. Oh. Hi. Hello, RA and RA's eyebrows.
I'm trying to move one at a time. I just can't do it. Brandy, I apologize for connecting over the phone. We picked up a little court case. Actually, I think it's in your neck of the woods in the 14th Circuit Court. There's a little old lady that's testifying in her own defense. We just picked up today's trial live. It's a Zoom trial, and she's so sweet. I can't bail on her. So we're keeping that going. But I wanted to check in. I do have my eyebrows on.
Good. Mine are still here from last night, but I do have one bald spot where I slept. I have one bald spot, but isn't that like a thing that the kids do sometimes? Like they have
they shave a little nick like a razor.
Yeah. So basically I'm just like a cool kid again,
Yeah, they still look good. Mine still look not good. But the fun thing is I can make these a monobrow. If I furrow my brow a little bit, I can go. It goes to like a Tom Selleck mustache is what Chat was saying.
That's amazing. Yeah. The picture last night with the missing brows was hilarious. As soon as I got that, I knew JT was live on Night Court, and I was like, "You have to show this. You have to show them." It was so funny.
Yes, it was a Snapchat filter. No concerns. They actually did come off pretty well. I lost like 1 or 2 eyebrow hairs is all, which I can deal with. I've got plenty. But it was funny. That's
hilarious. Y'all are in 14th Circuit. So that's Bay County, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's Lord. Maybe I know her. Who is it? Maybe.
This is Angela Riggins Dantzler.
Okay.
Premeditated murder of her husband, and it sounds like her husband was just not a nice guy. Really pushed her around a lot and possibly killed his previous wife as well. And then she's accused of premeditated murder. I haven't heard the facts. We just picked up, it's defense. She's on the stand. That's where we started the trial. So it's a little weird trying to figure out what's up. But
gotcha.
It fills the time a little bit where we're sitting here staring at the wall in Tommy's case.
Yeah. But. Yeah. We were about to look up the, have you heard of the self-defense or murder trial that's been going on in Georgia? Today's day 3. So we were just looking up to see if we could find out some stuff about that. Some of our people here have been watching that one too, but we were about to look up and see that, but I might have to check in on 14th Circuit and see if it's somebody I know.
Just go say hi.
Yeah.
No, it's interesting that her attorneys aren't doing a very good job. They're like, I just like to show a picture and there's no foundation. And so they're getting, they're putting pictures on the screen of, bruises on her chest when she's at the hospital. And they're like, we have no idea who's in the picture because her head's cut off. And, when this was taken, anything, and, objections are being ruled. And yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
My courtroom looks really green from this angle.
It does.
It's a trick of the light.
Yeah. But it works. Green courtrooms are good too. Mine is, I just have my nomies hanging out with me. So this is the gallery hanging out back here. All the
looks
gnomes.
Good.
Yeah.
I've got little Lucy here with me, but she did not want to be on the desk today. So I don't have a Lucy. Well, I'm not Lucy. I've got my Zoe, which is like your Lucy. But it was funny because my partner who's building the Airbnb for us shows up. I didn't know, my whole family's gone. So there's nobody in the house. And I hear the alarm on the back door go off. I'm like, oh, great. So I stick my head out with these on. And I poke my head around the corner, and he looks at me, his eyes get really big. He's like, what? What are you doing? Like, oh, I didn't even realize. Didn't think, somebody's going to see these eyebrows. But, yeah.
That's hilarious. I've gone out before to walk Lucy in the morning. It's first thing in the morning, and it's after verdict day, and I'll have like one eyebrow is completely gone and the other one's there. And I'm sure that looks strange, but I think you got me beat with the extra late or extra large, you got, I told them earlier, you got some square footage on those things.
I do.
There's,
I I could take the fibers from this and like weave them together and knit an Afghan. There's so much up here that's happening.
It's perfect though. It works though. You can pull it off. You can pull it off.
Well,
Especially
only,
when you're like doing the serious face, you know, watching court, and the serious face that somebody had posted on Twitter yesterday was hilarious with you, you know, very serious moment, and you're listening, and it's just like these, you know, it works.
Yeah, I've got them in the, this is supposed to be the happy position with the corners going down. Yesterday I had them going up. I feel about the same, so it hasn't really affected my mood, but hopefully for the rest of you, you can tell that I'm happy now.
That's good. Yeah, it works.
Cool. We're an hour and a half into deliberation.
Yes.
Are you guys thinking today's the day?
Yes.
Fingers crossed?
Yes, fingers crossed. We think today's today, and I'm hoping that, I think in our poll earlier that we did today, most people said, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but I think most people said before lunch today, before their lunch.
Okay. So you're close. We're talking another hour or so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Any minute now.
Yep.
We actually had a fun little guest appear on our channel this morning. Just a viewer showed up. The cameraman for Law and Crime, and then the courthouse was down there.
Oh, really?
He's like, "Hey, I'm the cameraman," and so it was fun talking to him a little bit. He gave us a little bit of background, but that's
cool. That's fun. Well, I've got eyebrow envy right now. You've got, you know,
for the low price. I think what was it $9.99?
$9.99
plus shipping free if it's Prime. These could be yours.
Yeah.
So, all of these, but it's just the one set. You don't get like a one per day. I've got to reuse and carefully. It's got a whole care sheet. There's like a page long of instructions for what to do, how to trim them, how to color them, proper removal techniques, what you have to do before you apply them. It's pretty good, and they say they describe them as like perfectly sized eyebrows or something.
Perfectly
they say something
sized.
about, like, it's perfectly natural looking and normal. And this is. I don't know what they're smoking. But.
Yeah. There's a lot of words. Natural is not one that came to mind when I was like just right off the top of my head when I was looking at them. But you know, but I like them. They're effective. So what are y'all thinking we're going to get a verdict today?
Well, we said 4 to 8 hours. So it would be by the end of the day today or possibly early tomorrow morning.
Gotcha.
This would be the majority. I think about 75% of us put it there. I do think it'll probably be today as well. So got my fingers crossed that we'll have this all wrapped up and have an early weekend.
Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, I would love an early weekend. I got family coming in. It's my nephew's birthday, so my brother is coming to town with my nieces and my nephew. So an early weekend would be great. Leave it up to Tommy to be the one to ruin that for me, you know, if anybody does. But hopefully.
His one last jab back at society is to screw our weekend.
Yes.
So, dang it, Tommy.
Dang it, Tommy. Sit down, Tommy. Yeah, I'm ready to never see his face again. So yeah, here's hoping. But well, if we get a verdict today, you have the link. You're welcome to join in. I know y'all are watching my neighbor on her murder trial right now, but if we do get a verdict, y'all are welcome to join in.
Awesome. I'll have the eyebrows on if I do. So,
okay.
Right. Thanks, Brandy. Have a great one.
All right, you too. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, that's so funny. That's a good point. Mystery murder trick. Those bushy eyebrows could be used during Brian Koberger's trial. Dylan did say she saw a guy with bushy eyebrows. That's true. I saw a thing telling me to look at something. What was it? Let's see. Oh, a profile pic for Adam. Let's see. Where is it? Where is it? I'm a looking. Oh, I see it now. Oh. That's perfect. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. That really did. That filter was good. That's a good filter. It looks, I mean, it looks like it. That's so funny. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, let's see. All right. Let's see. Closing arguments are happening now in that case. Actually, hold on. Let me look. I want to see my neighbor. I want to see the one that RA is watching right now. With his eyebrows. This is my county. When I say neighbor, I don't mean like she's like lives next door. Mr. Bill lives next door, but this is here. Let's
Taken care of.
Objection.
Do you know for a fact of whether or not he was taking that
I don't recognize her, so that's a good sign. It's a good sign if I don't recognize her. But look, I'm gonna go tell y'all right now. I don't know if it's heat or the amount that we, like something happens in Florida, y'all. But that's okay. All right. Let me see if I can find out any information about. I don't know that I know that they streamed that one on Court TV, but Court TV has so many interruptions and ads and scrollers, and you get like this much view of the court, and then you get like this much view of all the other things. And I don't think it's on where'd it go? I don't think it's on anything else, is it? Let me check 11 Alive. Because I don't like watching on Court TV when there's just so much. Eleven Alive. Nope. I don't see anything. All right, well, I was going to Whoa. What's happening? They just changed our view. Wonder if there's a reason for that. Ugh, they faked us out. So rude. So rude. Y'all, my heart was just like, I got so excited. Oh, this is adorable. Sorry, I was looking for this trial and then I saw this and had to. This adorable. Shunka Becky said she won't try to cuddle our younger dog Beanie because she's too hyper and really only likes me and Brandy because Brandy has said Bean several times. Beanie. All right, let's see. They have that Henry Dinkins one that we had talked about. They were just joshing. Blah. Blah. They have that one, but it's on like day 11. Okay. Where is... Nurse forgot. When you first came on and said hello, hello, I was doing yoga in the down dog position. You scared me and I yelled hi and then fell over. Well, I'm sorry that you fell over. That's really funny. Since you're okay, it's really funny. But only because you're okay. That's hilarious. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, let's see. Where did this go? Dang it, why can't I find... Shoot. Here, y'all can... Oops, dang it, that's not what I meant to do. There, y'all can look at that to relax you while I'm trying to find what I'm looking for us to watch. Because I'm having trouble. Shocker, having trouble today. It's been one of those days. One of those days. All right. Live. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, here's another thing in my county. Oh. Well, I'm going to put our little fishbowl over here. They have first appearances in my county today, too, apparently. The Zoom first appearances.
Wanted, you understand the charges? sorry?
You understand your charges?
Yes.
All right, ma'am. Based on your application, finds you do qualify for the services of the public defender's office. I'm going to go ahead and appoint the public defender to represent you. Any question about that?
All right, hold on. That's not what I wanted to show you, though. I'm having so many problems right now. All right, let me see if I can do it this way. One crime. Why am I having so much trouble? Let me try it on Google instead of this. It's not working. I had a judge that is live that we could watch their stuff on there, but I can't get it pulled up. And I don't know why. Okay, well, I give up. I don't know why it's not. Our fish went away. Oh, Jesus. All right, change of plans. Because all right, change of plans because I can't get that one to work. I am going to pull up here we go. Let's see.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney David Yannetti and Attorney Ian Henchy from the Yannetti Law Firm. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from Worksman Jackson and Quinn, along with Elizabeth Little from Worksman Jackson and Quinn on behalf of Karen Reed.
Actually,
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney David Yannetti and Attorney Ian Henchy from the Yannetti Law Firm. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from Worksman Jackson and Quinn, along with Elizabeth Little from Worksman Jackson.
all right, we're going to watch
the.
This is
Here for the Rule 17 motions. Who's going to argue those?
So, Your Honor, there are two motions before.
This is the
court
Karen
that I'd like,
Reed one
to
that
be
we were
heard
talking
on.
about earlier.
One
This is
the
one of the
motion
hearings.
To renew our motions to compel, which we'd like to be heard on first, if the court pleases. And I would be arguing that motion. With regard to the Rule 17 motion for the animal control records, my colleague, Mr. Jackson, would be arguing that second, if the court pleases.
Okay, so the animal control records. So remember we talked about, this is old. Yeah. This is that one that I'm doing the deep dive on. The animal control records. Remember we said that they had a German Shepherd. They're trying to get the animal control records. They're asking for the animal control records because they want to show where the dog had bit somebody else and where and where the dog is now. They'd had that dog for years, and then after this happened, then all of a sudden the dog is gone, and they won't produce the records.
All right, I'll hear you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. We are seeking immediate access to John O'Keefe's clothing, to all evidence seized from my client's vehicle.
Look at all the
to
people in
tissue and
there.
other samples from John O'Keefe's autopsy, and to the original Canton Library video, which we still do not have. We are asking this court specifically to set a hard deadline for access to this mandatory discovery and evidence. Your Honor, at the outset, it is important for me to emphasize why a deadline needs to be set. It's important to emphasize why time is of the essence for our access to this evidence. It's been 15 months since my client was arrested and falsely charged with killing John O'Keefe. Prior to 15 months ago, my client was employed in two prestigious positions. Prior to 15 months ago, she had a robust health insurance plan that covered her numerous serious medical conditions.
Nurse for God gifted
15 months
5
ago,
memberships.
She lost everything. 15 months ago, these false allegations began to destroy her life, and for the last 15 months, she has been fighting for her life.
Thank you, Nurse for God.
15 months after her arrest, she has no income. She does not come from a wealthy family. Her father was a respected and now retired educator. Her family is very squarely middle class. But given that Karen Reed is now fighting for her life, whatever money that they've saved is all going to her defense in this case. She's hired private counsel from two coasts. She's hired multiple experts at considerable costs. And when I say considerable, I mean tens and tens of thousands of dollars. And the meter is running with each passing court date. She can't afford to scrimp on her defense because her life is at stake. In the 11 months that this case has been pending in this court, we have continually asked for access to the same basic mandatory discovery evidence. We've been prohibited from inspecting that evidence. In February of 2022, the police seized John O'Keefe's clothing. It's now May of 2023. We haven't seen it. We haven't inspected it. We haven't been able to test it. In February of 22, the police seized pieces of taillight from my client's vehicle, pieces that they claim to have found at the residence where John O'Keefe died, despite the fact that multiple searches initially turned up nothing. Pieces of the taillight were only found after Trooper Michael Proctor, conflicted Michael Proctor, had seized my client's vehicle and had it in his possession for well over an hour.
Okay, Michael Proctor is the cop who I told y'all is like the one who was the main one, you know, looking into this or whatever, and responded there and stuff. He's got ties to the Boston Murdochs. And again, I'm aware their names are not Murdoch. It's different, but I'm comparing them for those of y'all who weren't here this morning. I compare this family and friend group that's so intertwined and has power. I'm just calling them like the Boston Murdochs because that's the best way I can describe them to people who haven't seen anything about this yet. So he's like directly tied to them, and he was when he responded, he was alone with her car for like an hour. And then all of a sudden, you know, there was more evidence.
That evidence needs to be put to the test, and it needs to be put to the test now. We have been prohibited from testing it, from inspecting it, from even seeing it. There were tissues and other samples from the autopsy of John O'Keefe to which we've been denied access. We believe that when those samples are tested, the results will be exculpatory, likely case ending. But 15 months after she was arrested and 11 months after she was arraigned in this court, that evidence remains hidden from the defense. The police have maintained exclusive control over the event data recorder and the Lexus infotainment system from my client's vehicle. We have seen neither, and this is simply unacceptable. Prohibiting the defense from inspecting this evidence is infringing on my client's constitutional right to a speedy trial, and it's infringing on her right to due process. It's almost 3 months ago that we last appeared before you, Your Honor. We requested access to these items, and yet again, the response from the Commonwealth was that they would be tested soon. The prosecutor had represented within 30 to 60 days. That's on record. It's now close to 90 days. We've made zero progress. This court did order that the Commonwealth request expedited testing, but that order has yielded nothing. I asked the court to set deadlines then, which the court was not inclined to do. 3 months later, it is crystal clear that deadlines need to be set. Without a deadline, we have no assurances that this case will not drag on who knows how long into the future. With each passing day, my client, who not only is presumed to be innocent, but is factually innocent, remains jobless, with inadequate health insurance, and with each passing day, her savings and her family's savings continue to be depleted. There is no time to wait.
That's Turtle. Oh, I'm pointing.
It is time for
this is Turtle Boy.
As we noted in our motion, the prosecution and the crime lab move very quickly when they want to. In other cases pending before this very court, the very same investigators secured DNA testing within 2 weeks of opening their investigation before anybody was charged. Contrast that with
Hold on, everybody say happy birthday to my nephew, Christian.
our case, where here we are 15 months later, no such testing has even started. Regarding the Canton Library video, this court should know we still do not have relevant time periods. From the Commonwealth's evidence, we know that my client drove by the Canton Library at 12:16 a.m. on January 29th because that was recorded. There is video of her driving by at that time, heading to 34 Fairview, which is where John O'Keefe died, with her taillight intact. We know that my client arrived back at John O'Keefe's residence at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton at 12:41 a.m. because the Commonwealth produced a voicemail that she left for John, where you can hear the garage door closing, the car door closing, the house door closing while she walked in her high heels on the garage floor. 1 Meadows is about a mile from the Canton Library. We know the video equipment was working because they have that footage from 12:16 a.m. But in the video that the prosecution turned over to us, there is a gap in that video from 12:37 a.m. to 12:39 a.m., which would have been the precise time my client would have been driving back past the library. We know that that footage would show that my client's taillight was still intact at that point because she never struck John O'Keefe with her vehicle. Yet the prosecution has produced a video from the library with that crucial time period missing. This evidence is strictly in their possession. We've been told that the Canton Police provided the evidence to them via a share file. I'm sorry, the Canton Library provided this evidence to them via a share file link with a guest ID and a guest password. We need that link, that user ID and that password. We cannot rely on Trooper Michael Proctor, conflicted Michael Proctor, to sanitize exculpatory evidence before sending it to us. We need the original footage. If the Commonwealth answers that that original footage no longer exists, then we'll need an evidentiary hearing to put the relevant parties under oath to find out what happened to it. The bottom line here, Your Honor, is that we've spent 15 months trying to uncover the truth. We are not afraid of whatever evidence is unearthed from whatever source, because for 15 months, every stitch of evidence has been consistent with my client's innocence. However long this case lasts, and I sure hope the prosecution comes to their senses and realizes they have no case because they've charged the wrong person. But however long this case lasts, the remaining evidence will drive a stake through the heart of this prosecution. In the meantime, my client suffers. In the meantime, her life is on hold while she spends every waking moment defending herself emotionally, intellectually, and financially. We cannot abide by excuses any longer. We need this court's help. We need you, Your Honor, respectfully.
Yeah, this is a
to hold
preliminary
the
hearing.
prosecution's feet to the fire. We need this court to order the Commonwealth to stop trampling on my client's rights to a speedy trial and her right to due process. We need this court to set deadlines for the production of this evidence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. So in response to counsel's motion, just in response to the statement that
He's
every
good.
piece of evidence that's been provided thus far is inconsistent with the defendant's guilt and consistent with her innocence, I would have a large issue with that. But as it pertains to these particular pieces of evidence, counsel's right in that motions were filed. Counsel's right in that motions were allowed when as related to inspection of said materials, and the Commonwealth has no issue with inspection of materials once they're back from the lab. Now, the last time we were before this court, back in February, the court had asked myself to reach out to the lab and see if there was anything that could be done to expedite the analysis. I did that, spoke with and filed the necessary paperwork with the lab to expedite as much of the analysis that could be done at that particular time. So at that time, what I was provided with was a deadline of no later than May 5th, that those items, at least as far as the trace analysis and the criminalistics was concerned, would be completed, and I should expect something close to that date. I confirmed with the lab as of yesterday that that timeline is still a viable one. The case is currently in technical review, so once that's completed, then we should have reports that I'm able to provide to counsel. As it pertains to the inspection and the return of the items from the lab to the Commonwealth's, well, at least the District Attorney's Office for the State Police's custody, one of the issues that we've had with that is that in order to facilitate some of the necessary DNA testing, some of that testing would be exhaustive. And in particular, there is a hair sample that was recovered from the rear right quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle. It was taken to the lab, and I was informed by the lab that any testing of that for DNA, for comparative purposes to Mr. O'Keefe, would be exhaustive. So on March 10th, I sent counsel a exhaustive testing form that needed to be filled out. Whether or not they want an expert present for that testing or don't want an expert present for testing is really immaterial, but I need some sort of authorization from counsel before the sample is subsumed during the course of testing with the lab. I haven't heard anything back from counsel. I spoke to counsel numerous times. I sent emails. I heard no response as far as that. So as far as the DNA testing is concerned,
It's their audio.
the delay on that is because I don't have anything back from counsel as far as whether or not they want an expert present, who that expert is, how to contact them, and how to facilitate the beginning steps of that particular testing. So that is why at least in no small part, why some of the items are still contained at the lab is because the testing is still yet to be completed. But I do hope to have the trace and the criminalistics, and I expect that by next week at the latest. And again, whatever deadlines that the court sees fit to or deems fit to put on certain things, as far as that's concerned, is certainly within the court's prerogative. I don't think that we need deadlines. I don't think that we need an evidentiary hearing as it relates to it, but that's where it stands. As far as the video is concerned, the video was provided by the IT director for the town of Canton. There was a share file that was shared with the troopers. The troopers, upon receiving that, it was Trooper Dunn who received that video, not Trooper Proctor. If I could just speak briefly as it pertains to Trooper Proctor, there is no conflict. Trooper Proctor is not conflicted in this case. I indicated that specifically in some of the oppositions that were filed to Rule 17. So there's been some photograph taken from a social media site, which is purported to be Trooper Proctor with one of the McCabe's children who are a witness in the case. The child that's depicted in that particular photograph is not one of the McCabe's children. The McCabe's have 4 daughters. That's not one of them. It's a relative of Trooper Proctor. It has nothing to do with the McCabe's and nothing to do with this case. Whatever conflict counsel believes Trooper Proctor has just doesn't exist. Now, as far as the video was provided to Trooper Matthew Dunn of the CPAC, the District Attorney's Office. That was then shared with Ms. Crawford. It was a person in our office who specifically who deals with forensic and surveillance video and type evidence. It was then archived on our system. Recently, we reached out and spoke to the IT director with the town of Canton again. That share link I tried to send to council, email essentially wouldn't go through. We tried to open it, essentially it won't open. So the link expired within 30 days within 60 days, if not 30 days of it being shared with our office, but the exact information that was provided by the town of Canton was archived by Ms. Crawford, was then provided to council at her arraignment in Superior Court. As well as I'll
send you a link, Brooklyn. We'll put you live.
Citrix file, which I then shared with council earlier this week. So what we have as a video, what exists as a video, what we were given as a video for those relevant time frames was placed onto the archived within our system, was then placed onto a disk, and what's on the disk and what's been provided to council is what we received.
Okay. All right, your next motion?
That would be Mr. Jackson.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. May it please the court. We are, as indicated in our papers, we are seeking summonses, and this is dealing with the animal control issue. That Rule 17 motion.
This is the German Shepherd.
Summonses directed at 2 entities, the Canton Animal Control and the Canton Town Clerk, both. We believe they both have records. We know they both have records. These are records that we need, the defense needs, to shine a light on Karen Reed's innocence. These are records that are essential to our theory of the case, and these are records that we have no other option to get but through a summons. They've indicated to us they have the records, but they need a court order. They need some sort of a summons. Your Honor, in furtherance of this motion, I want to talk for a quick second about a couple of undisputed facts. Undisputed fact number 1, on January 29th, 2022, Officer John O'Keefe was found dead in the yard of Brian Albert at his house at 34 Fairview in Canton. That is undisputed fact, where he was found dead and what the circumstances were surrounding that death are why we're here now. Second undisputed fact, when John O'Keefe was found, he had this set of wounds on his right arm. The medical examiner indicated that these wounds were concomitant with his death in terms of the temporal, the time that he died. These were wounds that he suffered at or near the time that he died. And the Commonwealth looks at these wounds and says, there's nothing to see here. Why are we looking at this? This is, you're following a red herring, basically. This is just a road rash. This means nothing. It has no impact on our case one way or the other. This is, according to the Commonwealth, simply a set of injuries that John O'Keefe suffered at the hands of being struck by a moving vehicle. Well, first, I would ask the common sense question, does this look like a road rash? I mean, the court's got years, decades of experience, life experience and legal experience. Of course, this doesn't look like a road rash. It's not a road rash that any of us have ever seen. Or does it look more like claw marks and bite marks from an animal, which is exactly what they are. Second, if it was a road rash, where's the rest of the road rash? John O'Keefe had one set of injuries like this. Deep scratches, deep puncture wounds on his arm, on his right arm only, from mid-biceps to mid-forearm and no other place. For instance, mid-biceps and mid-forearm that you might put in front of your face or your body if a large animal was attacking you, resulting in these wounds. Why are the wounds confined just to his right arm? What about all the other pointy bits of a human body? If someone is rolled under a car or rolled in gravel because of the car, what about the shoulders? What about the knees? What about the ankles? What about the elbows? None of that exists. These are the only wounds. They're confined to his right arm, and they're deep scratch wounds, puncture wounds that are indicative of claw marks and bite marks from a large animal. And third, what about the Commonwealth's own expert? She has to have opined about this, correct? She has to have said during the grand jury, I mean, this was a full-throated investigation surrounding the potential murder of a police officer. What does the Commonwealth's own expert say? First of all, she was never asked by the Commonwealth during the course of the grand jury about the injuries. It took a grand juror actually asking the question of the witness, and she said, no, I cannot say that is a road rash. There's certainly not enough evidence to suggest that these wounds are consistent with a road rash. Well, she had to have at least talked about the fact that it was an animal, right? She had to. The Commonwealth had to have asked that question. She actually said nothing about whether or not that's consistent with an animal, because the Commonwealth very particularly did not ever pose that question. But we did. We hired one of the preeminent medical examiners in the country, a doctor by the name of Sheridan, Frank Sheridan, and he wasn't some deputy medical examiner. Dr. Frank Sheridan was the medical examiner for San Bernardino County in California, with more than 12,000 autopsies under his belt, the supervising medical examiner for one of the largest counties in California, and he concluded to a scientific certainty that these wounds are from an animal attack. Period. Full stop. So, what do we know about animals and the Alberts? Which is exactly where Officer John O'Keefe was found dead. In February of 2017, we know that the Alberts had a dog. There's a photograph of Brian Albert with a dog, Chloe, in the foreground. By 2019, the Albert family had registered ownership of that German Shepherd. Moving on to 2022, in January of 2022, specifically January 29th, John O'Keefe suffers these animal puncture wounds, these animal scratches, these animal bite marks that are heretofore and up to this date, today, completely unexplained by the Commonwealth. By May of 2022, Karen Reed's defense team starts asking questions about this animal, about these injuries, about the dog, about what dog existed at the Alberts house. Where is the dog? We started inquiring pretty significantly. That same month, amazingly, the Alberts informed the Canton Animal Control that the dog was remarkably and mysteriously rehomed. The dog was gotten rid of. And to date, the Commonwealth has yet, as my colleague just mentioned, has yet to release the tissue samples to us for DNA testing to determine if there's evidence in these wounds of a canine attack, which we believe there will be. During that grand jury testimony, Brian Albert admitted to three things. Number one, he admitted that he owned a large German Shepherd. His words, not mine. A large German Shepherd. Number two, he admitted that the dog was at his home on the night John O'Keefe, early morning hours, John O'Keefe was killed on January 29th, 2022. And the dog, according to his own testimony, was inside the house and never in the front yard which is where John O'Keefe's body was ultimately found. And the third thing that he admitted was that the dog was, quote, not great with strangers, end quote. That's a dog owner's euphemism for the dog bites, the dog attacks, the dog is mean or can be mean. So why wouldn't the Commonwealth ask about these injuries? Why wouldn't the Commonwealth inquire, as we have been inquiring, about the nature of these injuries and their significance in terms of John O'Keefe's death? It's because they know that the answer completely obliterates their case. Their theory of homicide would fold if they got the true answers to these questions. The answer exculpates Karen Reed, and the answer inculpates Brian Albert. That's because if that dog was inside the house that night, not on the front lawn, not in the front yard, but inside the house, and these injuries were suffered or sustained at the time John O'Keefe was killed, then that means John O'Keefe was inside the house when he was killed. And it also means that his body was moved. That's consistent with the facts that we also know to be true, which is not one person that was in that house and ultimately exited that house from that party that night, not one, saw John O'Keefe's body laying in the cold in the front yard. And that's because he wasn't there yet. Multiple people walked out of the house, multiple people who would have no other reason, would have no reason to lie about that. A 200-pound man, 6'2", lying in the front yard on a light dusting of snow in dark clothing. Not one person saw him. But if John O'Keefe was beaten unconscious in, for instance, the basement of that house, and later moved to the front yard after the guests had left, there's your answer as to why no one saw him. And it also answers two other questions which are looming in this case. Why would Brian Albert rip out the floor of his basement months after John O'Keefe was killed? The second question, why would he sell his house? So in the months following John O'Keefe's death, the dog has been gotten rid of, got rid of the evidence in the basement, got rid of the house, the crime scene itself. Your Honor, I would submit to the court that evidence is literally being destroyed right under our nose. It's been reported that the federal authorities have now gotten involved in the circumstances surrounding this case and have impaneled a grand jury, a federal grand jury, to investigate some of these circumstances. But Karen Reed should not have to wait for the feds to figure out which heads should roll. I would implore the court, now is the time for the court to take some action and give us the tools, the defense, the tools that we need to fully investigate this case. We need these records to track down this German Shepherd, if it's still alive, which clearly is an open question. Our understanding is, at least up to this point, is that the dog was not only rehomed, but rehomed out of state, out of the jurisdiction of this court and out of the reach of the defense, or at least that was the attempt. We need those records to find where that dog is. If the dog still exists, we need a saliva sample, we need a hair sample, we need something, and then we need the Commonwealth to give us the tissue samples that were taken at the time so that they can be compared. This is vital to the defense. We ask that the summonses at issue for the two entities that we've described, if those summonses issue, our request clearly meets the Lampron standards. Number one, it's relevant evidence. Number two, we definitely need a subpoena or a summons. They will not provide the information without a court order. Number three, this information is necessary for our defense. And number four, contrary to what the Commonwealth constantly says, oh, well, this is just fishing, I think we've established this is not just fishing. We got a fish on the hook. We just need the court to help us reel it in.
Mm-hmm. This is January of 2022.
I will submit on further oral argument regarding the issues or the the summonses surrounding the animal control and Canton Town Clerk. If the court has any further questions about those, I'm happy to answer them. If not, I can certainly give the court a preview of
To protect the other guy.
Rule 17 motion, which deals with the phone records and the actual phone of Brian Albert. But I believe the court has indicated, and we've suggested, that an evidentiary hearing is in order.
As I understand it, the parties have agreed for an evidentiary hearing, and we rearranged our schedule a bit so that we could accommodate you.
That's perfect.
Okay.
The only thing I would say in furtherance of that, very briefly, is the Commonwealth has suggested that Rule 17 is just sort of a regurgitation of something that we filed back in, I think it was September. That could not be further from the truth. There is new information. There's dozens of pieces of new information that we have.
What I'm going to do because of that, let's let Mr. Lally respond to your remarks on the question first.
Thank you. Your Honor, first I would state it's an interesting sort of straw man argument as far as it being road rash, or that the Commonwealth has always maintained that it's road rash on his arm. No one has ever said that but counsel for the defendant. As far as the injuries are concerned to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and right forearm, they've always and consistently been described as abrasions caused by blunt force trauma, not road rash. I'm not really sure where the road rash comes from. What I would submit in conjunction with that is, again, divorcing whatever evidence the defendant claims from the context of the rest of the evidence and the rest of the case. It's a little peculiar and conspicuously clear from the defendant's fact section that the damages to the right rear corner panel of the defendant's vehicle, embedded within the bumper to that vehicle, is pieces of a cocktail glass. The victim, Mr. O'Keefe, is last observed on surveillance video, external surveillance video from the waterfall establishment that he left just prior to going to 34 Fairview, with a cocktail glass in his right hand. Same arm that's injured, the same type of glass that is then recovered from the bumper of the defendant's car. As the court is well aware, and I just stated for the records, under Rule 17, the defendant has the burden, or the moving party has the burden to establish that the documents are evidentiary and relevant. Secondly, that they are not otherwise procurable reasonably in advance of trial. Thirdly, that the party cannot properly prepare for trial without such production and inspection. And fourthly, that the application is made in good faith and is not intended as a general fishing expedition. The issue that the Commonwealth takes with the defendant's request as it applies to these particular records is with number 1 and number 4. The Commonwealth would submit that the showing from the defendant is simply insufficient to establish any relevancy or evidentiary value to these records. And then secondly, that this is the very epitome of a fishing expedition. The indication, even from the verbiage that's used by counsel in the motion, sort of sheds light as far as as I just stated, the sort of epitome of a fishing expedition. It's language such as "it could shed light," or "if true, this fact would undermine the prosecution's entire theory of the case." There have been a couple of theories that are stated within the context of counsel's motion. I can state for the record, those are not the Commonwealth's theories. No one ever said that the vehicle struck Mr. O'Keefe in the head and that's what caused the injuries. That's actually not at all what the grand jury testimony or the evidence has shown throughout the course of this investigation and throughout the course of this case. But those could and if true, those very words by definition evince the very nature of this particular request. The first issue would be with the time frame. As it's stated within the motion, it's from 2015 to present. I'm not sure why so expansive a time frame is needed or necessary or relevant to anything that is a subject matter before the court. As counsel suggests, that photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries suggest that he was severely beaten and left for dead, having sustained blunt force injuries to both sides of his face as well as to the back of his head. That there's evidence of defensive wounds. There's a cluster of deep scratches and puncture wounds to his upper arm and forearm. And then the defendant essentially asked the court to take the then inferential leap that these injuries, which are wholly inconsistent with the injuries noted by both the emergency medical personnel at Good Samaritan, when Mr. O'Keefe was taken immediately from the scene where he was his body was discovered, and from the medical examiner's finding and sworn testimony. So wholly inconsistent with those, that these are, then take the inferential leap that these are consistent with bite marks or scratch marks from an animal, specifically a dog. In support of these assertions, as counsel stated, there's an affidavit from Dr. Frank Sheridan that the injuries are consistent with animal claw or scratch marks.
What happened?
That apparently this doctor looked at and saw things that no one else saw, as far as how the medical professionals detail what those injuries are. In those medical records, what the personnel at Good Samaritan, the doctors and nurses who examined Mr. O'Keefe when he came into their facility, they describe his injuries as a right superior orbital ridge region, approximately 7 millimeter laceration, positive for surrounding soft tissue, swelling, positive breath sounds bilaterally, pulseless, positive superficial abrasions to the right forearm. Dr. Scortibello, the medical examiner in this case, who testified at length before the grand jury, described Mr. O'Keefe's right arm injuries as scratches caused by a blunt object. She described or noted that they appeared to be in a linear pattern. She detailed that she observed no signs of an altercation or fight from her thorough internal and external examination of Mr. O'Keefe. And lastly, she testified in great detail as to the swelling of his eyes being related to the fractures in his skull and how those manifested into the observable swelling and discoloration of his face. And essentially what she testified to was that there was a laceration on the right back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, that there was a skull fracture in that immediate area, the right parietal area of the victim's skull. That then caused a swelling on the brain, which she observed, as well as Dr. Stonebridge observed during her neuropathology examination of Mr. O'Keefe's brain post-mortem. That then caused the swelling underneath of the skull, caused the radiating skull fractures that she observed in Mr. O'Keefe's skull throughout, and that the essentially nowhere else for the blood to go, and the looseness of the vascular tissue behind the eye then causes both of the eyes to swell. There was no evidence that Mr. O'Keefe was beaten and left for dead. There was no evidence of any defensive wounds. She was specifically asked those questions and testified to that before the grand jury as to those injuries and how they...
Okay, I want to stop for a second. For him to say that there's no evidence of him being beaten and no evidence of defensive wounds, y'all saw his arm, right? This is what you do when you're defending yourself. And all the, like, to say that there's no evidence of that is, when we literally are looking at the picture, is mind-blowing to me.
Sustained. There's absolutely no evidence that Mr. O'Keefe ever entered the residence at Fairview on that particular evening. Counsel mischaracterizes some other statements made by a witness, Mr. Brian Nagel, who had come to pick up his sister at the residence. She came out, he observed that vehicle. He observes that vehicle from the entirety of the time that he's there. So he's pulling on to Fairview. Ms. Reed is coming on to Fairview in the opposite direction. The right blinker on and a left blinker on. The operator of the vehicle that Mr. Nagel is in then essentially flashes his lights and allows Ms. Reed to pull in first. So Mr. Nagel is there the entire time that Ms. Reed pulls onto the street when she pulls on. Indicates that she initially pulls over to the right-hand side of the curb, then pulls the vehicle forward a little bit further. That's corroborated in testimony from a number of different people who were inside the house, as well as Mr. Nagel's sister, who then came out of the house and talked to her brother at the door of the truck that he was riding. Mr. Nagel further indicated that at no point did the brake lights come off, including the center top light of the SUV that he observed in front of the house. There were no footprints outside of the vehicle. He never saw anyone exit the vehicle. No one in the house reported ever having anyone come inside the house or seeing anyone exit the vehicle. And I'm a little confused just as far as counsel's statements, as far as the multiple people saw Mr. O'Keefe or never saw Mr. O'Keefe come into the house. Or if he comes into the house and he's attacked by the dog, I'm just a little confused as far as are they in the conspiracy, or are these people sort of let out of the conspiracy because they say something that that doesn't further that conspiracy. If they're all in the house, and Mr. O'Keefe comes in the house and gets attacked by a dog and then gets dragged out to the bottom of the lawn and left there for dead, then why do they all testify that no one came into the house? It's consistent throughout the entirety of all the witnesses. It's consistent with Mr. Nagel as well. It's consistent with the forensic evidence. It's consistent with every piece of evidence that has come to light at this point. And there's further statements in regard to the dog. Some reported incidents several months after the death of Mr. O'Keefe. The counsel suggests ineluctably that the animal was violent and prone to violence from one incident that postdates this particular time frame of Mr. O'Keefe's death, and seems to punctuate that this circumspection on and on about how violent the dog is from an incident that he has no information about, whether or not it involved another animal, whether or not it involved another human, whether or not it involved what exactly the incident occurred. This is simply not what Rule 17 is to be used for. That's what the case law has consistently held, is that it is not a discovery tool. It is based on information, relevant evidentiary support, which is completely and utterly lacking in this particular motion, in this particular submission. So for those reasons, the Commonwealth would request that the motion be denied.
Okay.
And they asked
So
the judge to recuse
second
herself.
Rule 17 motion, are we going forward on that and then having the hearing regarding the timing of the video? How are we going forward with this before I hear from you on the substance, Mr. Jackson? What is the next date for?
May 25th.
Right, what's it
for-
for? The evidentiary hearing?
Yes.
All right. So do you plan on arguing your Rule 17 motion today or that day? Not both?
That day.
Okay,
I'd rather reserve and
that
argue
makes sense
the
to
17th that day.
That makes sense to me as well. So we're finished for today, unless there was any follow-up to Mr. Lally.
There
I'm not
is.
going to hear a preview on the motion that we're going to hear on that day.
That's fine. I do have some points to make.
Okay, I'll hear you on that.
Thank you. With regard to the dog, first of all, I think the Commonwealth misses the point. If there was a fight inside the house with the dog's owner, the dog would likely attack. That is the idea that is borne out by the evidence that we have. We know that he was beaten. We've got evidence that John O'Keefe was beaten, that he lay there unconscious. And we also have evidence that at the time he was beaten, facially, and blunt force was used against the back of his head, he was also attacked by an animal. Well, Brian Albert, who's a known fighter, owns a 90-pound German Shepherd that has since been gotten rid of and had a skin-piercing incident as the excuse for having gotten rid of him. So we know that the dog attacks, according to sort of uncontroverted evidence. We weren't saying, we don't suggest that the dog killed John O'Keefe. We're suggesting that the dog was there when John O'Keefe died and also attacked John O'Keefe. That's the point. This is the first I've heard of the Commonwealth's new position after, 15, 16 months, that somehow John O'Keefe was stabbed or cut up with a broken cocktail glass, which would produce these injuries. That makes absolutely no sense. It just doesn't pass the sniff test.
Look at where those
These
are.
not
And
from
think about if a dog is
cocktail
coming
glass.
at you.
Who did that to him? Is there new theory that Karen Reed got
Not
out
you.
of the car,
Not you, I just kicked
broke
you.
a cocktail glass, then wielded an edge of that cocktail glass and cut up John's arm? Then John stood there while she jumps in the car, slams it into reverse, then hits him with the car, with her tail light in the back of the head. It makes absolutely no sense. That is the Commonwealth grasping at straws. If it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's a duck.
You hear
This
that?
looks like an animal attack because it is an animal attack. And it's at the same time, temporally at the same time, that he was otherwise beaten and then ultimately left for dead. Interestingly, it's interesting that the Commonwealth doesn't mention the basement in their arguments. I mentioned the basement because that's very likely exactly where John O'Keefe went once he walked into the house. There's no evidence that John O'Keefe walked into the house. The Commonwealth has evidence that John O'Keefe went into the house. They haven't. They just sat on it for several years, or for several months, over a year. That the Apple Health data from John O'Keefe's own phone establishes that once he was at the location at 34 Fairview, he climbed 3 sets of stairs. The Albert house happens to be 3 floors, a basement, a middle floor, and an upstairs. His Apple Health data also shows that he took multiple steps after he left the car, after he left Karen Reed's vehicle. The multiple steps indicate that he was in the house. If, in fact, the Commonwealth were correct, and he stepped out of the car, was hit by the car, and fell down and died, if that's what their theory is, he would have no Apple Health data suggesting that he was climbing stairs and walking about as if he were inside the house and was ushered down to the basement, at which point there was a fight, he was beaten to unconsciousness, and then everybody in the house leaves, not having to go down to the basement. There's a door that services that basement that's closed. So there's no reason for people who are upstairs, either upstairs or on the main floor of the house, to even know that there had been a fight downstairs, or that John O'Keefe never made it out of the house alive or conscious. With regard to Ryan Nagel, the Commonwealth leaves out probably the most important part of his testimony. Ryan Nagel's testimony is that he arrived just after Karen Reed arrived. They arrived not at the exact same time. She turned down the road. Then he turned down the road. As he approached the road, as he approached the house, he then pulls to a stop. He had her car in his sights the entire time, just after she had already arrived. Certainly time enough for John to get out of the car and walk toward the front door. He said that he observed that there was no taillight damage whatsoever. He later observed inside, either through a dome light or through other ambient light, that he could see inside the passenger compartment of her car, and that she sat there alone. And most important, he didn't see her hit anybody with her SUV. That's the most important part of Ryan Nagel's testimony. He didn't see her hit John with the car, which he would have had to have seen if he was situated right behind her.
That's a big part.
And the Commonwealth has repeated what they've oft repeated several times, which is there was no sign at all of any kind of an altercation or fight. Well, if there's no sign of an altercation or fight, how can you turn around and say that a cocktail glass did this? They can't talk out of both sides of their mouth. How could they reasonably ignore 2 black eyes, a laceration over his right eye, a laceration at his nose? He looked like he had gone 10 rounds with Mike Tyson, as my colleague has once analogized. Of course there's evidence that he was in a fight. The back of his hands, deeply bruised. Those are called defensive wounds. I don't care what their medical examiner called it. Anybody who's seen any sort of a fight, a street fight, knows that the back of the hands, the back of the arms get the brunt of the punches as you cover your face. Of course there were signs of a fight. Not just a fight, a brutal fight. And what does a dog do when its owner is in a fight? What does a German Shepherd do when its owner is in a fight? Reaches out and attacks and supports his owner. And what does a person do when a dog attacks? Usually puts his arm up, his dominant arm up, to protect himself. And that's where the lacerations, the bite marks, the claw marks appear on John O'Keefe's arm.
He's a good
This is
attorney.
not a fishing expedition. The Commonwealth has an unreasonable expectation. They cite to words that we use what the evidence might show, what it could show, what it potentially will show, as a weapon to say, well, see, they don't know what the records are going to show. Well, if I knew what the records are going to show, I already have the records. I wouldn't need the court to ask for them. Of course, I don't know everything that's in the records. And the reason that we asked, Your Honor, for 2015 is because we have evidence that in 2017, the dog looked full grown. So we wanted to go back and bracket the proper amount of time. Say the dog was a couple of years old at the time that photograph was taken in 2017, we want all the records associated with that dog, which means we bracketed our request. It's not overly burdensome. It's certainly not burdensome to the Canton Animal Control, and it's not burdensome to the Canton Town Clerk. And if the records don't exist, because they just don't, they're too old, then no harm, no foul. But that's why we bracketed our request to go back from 2015 to present. And with that, Your Honor, I believe that we have made a good faith showing. We have met the standards of Lampron, all 4 standards of Lampron, and the summonses should issue. And also,
All right. Anything else, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly, Your Honor, as it pertains to, Commonwealth would agree that attributing the cuts on Mr. O'Keefe's arm in their entirety to a cocktail blast would be somewhat ridiculous. That's not what I said. And that's not what I was attributing them to. I think the court understood that, but just so counsel understands that as well. As it pertains to Mr. Nagel, what is in his testimony is that he had the vehicle. They arrived at the residence in tandem. The vehicle was there when Mr. Nagel left. So while he sees no one exit the vehicle, no one enter the house, and no one else sees anyone exit the vehicle or enter the house during that specific time frame, the defendant, and presumably Mr. O'Keefe, are still there and still in the vehicle at the time Mr. Nagel leaves the house. That was the point that I was making with that. As it pertains to the Apple Health data, and obviously we'll get into this a little bit more when it comes to that subsequent Rule 17 motion, the Apple Health data is the same Apple Health data that's being relied upon for the supposition that Mr. O'Keefe went inside the house. That same Apple Health data has, among other things, Mr. O'Keefe taking 46 steps and traveling a certain bit of distance around 11:56 a.m. on January 29th. The problem with that is that he was pronounced deceased at the Good Samaritan Medical Center at 7:50 a.m., some 4 hours prior to that. In addition to that, from the information as far as when that ascending or descending of stairs occurred between, I believe it's 12:21 and 12:24 a.m., there's a Waze search and location data for Mr. O'Keefe's phone. The Waze search is conducted, and the GPS location information from Mr. O'Keefe's phone shows him en route to the house and not arriving at the house until 12:24 a.m. So the information the counsel is relying on has him going up and down 3 flights of stairs before he's even at the house. So for those reasons, again, the Commonwealth would submit the defendant's not met its burden and ask that the motion be denied. Before we do conclude, I just did want to remind the court there are a couple of other issues that I need to address with the court, specifically the Commonwealth's motions to impound and the Commonwealth's motion for access to the defendant's phone.
Okay, I'll hear you.
So there were 2 motions to impound that the Commonwealth had filed. One pertains to the grand jury transcripts and exhibits that I had attached as attachments or exhibits to the opposition to this specific motion, and really to
Okay, and those are impounded by statute.
Right. The other motion to impound that I had filed pertains to the attachments to the defendant's Rule 17 motion pertaining to Mr. Albert's cell phone and the call detail records of Ms. McCabe and Mr. Albert. Now, certainly, the Commonwealth is not saying in any way, shape, or form that those items shouldn't be submitted. The defendant can submit whatever she wants, whatever counsel wants in support of that request for the court to review. But the manner in which the information is released, and specifically what I take issue with, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say this on behalf of the O'Keefe family.
I'm not sure I'm not sure they hear you.
In reference to the motion to impound the attachments to the defendant's Rule 17 motion for Mr. Albert's phone and the call detail records of Mr. Albert and Ms. McCabe, I'd be remiss if I didn't, on behalf of the O'Keefe family, as well as just what the statutory rules are, and specifically I'm talking about the Supreme Judicial Court, Rule 124, pertaining to protection of personal identifying information.
She brought me one.
Publicly accessible court
Now
documents,
she's watching seagulls.
which I would imagine that at least Mr. Munetti, even if Mr. Jackson and Ms. Little aren't familiar with, does provide rules as to how things are filed that are of that kind of sensitive nature and that kind of biographical information. And they're routinely filed with the court with a motion to impound or a motion to seal, and not filed directly with the media. The issue being that there are photographs depicting Mr. O'Keefe's postmortem at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, as well as possibly some autopsy photos that should have been impounded. There are unredacted Canton Police Department reports, multiple copies. Again, not anything that Commonwealth takes any issue with the court reviewing, but as far as them being made public with those witnesses' names, dates of birth, social security information, addresses, phone numbers, things of the like that should be impounded pursuant to the statute as well. And in particular, I do take issue with that motion, specifically on page 11. There is a specific reference made to the name of the decedent's niece, which is strictly prohibited as far as being provided in a public document. So for those reasons, I would ask that the attachments to that motion, to whatever extent it can be at this point, given the public release of them, be impounded.
Mr. Yannetti?
Your Honor, I believe that some of that information may be in the public domain already, so it may be that the cat is out of the bag with regard to some of it.
It is now, right?
I'm sorry?
It
I don't
is,
have a way
the
to.
cat's out of the bag now.
Right, yes. So, I mean, we're agnostic on this motion to impound. We have access to it, the Commonwealth has access to it, and most importantly, the court has access to it.
All right, so by statute, everything that was raised by the Commonwealth was supposed to have been requested to be impounded at the time it was filed. So that was not done.
Are you talking about the motion that we filed with regard to the Albert phone motion?
Yes, the attachments. Mr. Lally just outlined it.
I don't think that there were any grand jury minutes attached to that motion.
No, that was a separate motion that Mr. Lally just
Right.
filed on behalf of his motion.
Right, we don't have.
When he was taking issue with the defendant who filed.
Right. Okay. Yeah, again, we don't have an objection at this point.
All right, Mr. Clerk, those are both allowed. All right, is the hearing, those are both allowed by statute. So is this hearing over?
Your Honor, if I could just address, the Commonwealth had filed some time ago a proposed procedure regarding communications stored in the defendant's iPhone. So we had addressed this briefly, I think, on the last court hearing date in February in relation to the defendant's phone. So the defendant's phone was seized lawfully from her pursuant to a search warrant. The information contained therein was then downloaded. Upon a cursory review of that information, there was an indication that there was some communication between Ms. Reed and Mr. Yannetti contained within the information within that phone. So obviously all examination of Ms. Reed's phone from the Commonwealth's perspective ceased at that time. And we had begun exploring and filing this motion. I had it in hand to file with the court on the last date. However, after several discussions with Mr. Yannetti and counsel for the defendant, I was then informed in court on the last date that the AFE or the independent sort of forensic examiner that would look at that phone was believed to have some sort of conflict. It was not acceptable to Mr. Yannetti. So there was a separate person who essentially runs the lab at the Attorney General's office, who I spoke to Mr. Yannetti about whether or not that person would be acceptable. He does have a conflict, just so the court is aware, as far as grew up in the same town as the victim and his siblings. But Mr. Yannetti indicated that he, at least verbally to me on that date, that he didn't see any issue with that conflict, as the person would just be assigning it to a couple different forensic examiners within his office. I then modified the motion to incorporate that subsequent AFE, sent a copy of the motion to counsel 6 weeks ago or so, and still have received no response. So what I'm looking for today is action on that. The other thing that I would note for the court is that counsel had asked for a raw extraction copy of the material from the defendant's phone, which was then provided to counsel on March 22nd. So for over a month, the defendant has had access to the defendant's phone and the Commonwealth has not, because counsel has failed to respond to whether or not the AFE was reliable or not. And what I was referencing on the last court date is the court had indicated that if we were to come to some sort of agreement, the court could act on the papers and obviate the need to address it on this date. It hasn't happened. I would submit that the proposed protocol was more than reasonable, and I would ask that it be allowed by the court.
So, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes. I was the one to suggest that it be analyzed by the Attorney General's Office, Cyber Crimes Division. I thought that was clearly, we have no objection to that, but I'll announce it in open court. We have no objection to that. The motion for the protocol, procedure is agreed to.
And You're okay with the individual that was cited in it?
Yes, the individual who was cited in it is the head of that unit. I know who he is. I respect him. He revealed to me at the start that he has a personal conflict. I have no issue with him assigning it to somebody in his office.
Okay. So the motion's allowed by agreement?
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Clerk? Motion's allowed by agreement.
Just one other thing. Mr. Lally had mentioned to me, and I don't know if he still intends to be heard on this, but there was an issue of exhaustive testing that I thought.
He argued that a while ago.
Okay, and was that acted upon by the court?
He said he was waiting to hear back from you where we stood on that.
Right, so with regard to that, Judge, we're all for exhaustive testing as long as we can have our expert present at the time.
So Mr. Lally, would you say again what you explained to me?
Certainly, Your Honor. So there's a form that's provided by the lab that I then provide to counsel. In this case, in any case, that where exhaustive testing is necessary and the sample would be subsumed within the analysis. So I provided that to counsel. I just simply need counsel to execute that form, indicate whether or not they want someone present and who that person is, what their contact information is, and then I'll provide it to the lab. The lab will then contact their expert and schedule a time for the testing to be done.
Okay, we're happy to do that, but my understanding from Mr. Lally's earlier argument is that only applies to the hair that was found on the car. That was not part of any motion that we had today in terms of a motion to compel. What about the other evidence with regard to the tissue samples and everything else that we actually asked for in our motions today?
Is there exhaustive testing on any of those items, Mr.
Not that
Lally?
I'm aware of.
Okay, fine. Yeah, so we'll sign regarding the hair. We're not concerned about that.
Okay, is that everything?
From the Commonwealth, yes.
I believe so, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll see you on the 25th.
5:25 at 9:30, correct? 9:30, thank you.
She did like accounting stuff, and she was also a professor. Okay, so here's the thing. One of the many things. Oh my God, that looks like my brother's college roommate.
So I'll just, Jimmy, just let me know. I'm just taking this from 1 minute.
All right, so here's the thing with all that. There's so many things with all that, but that's one of the hearings, and the judge, there were texts, and I'd have to pull it up I started on the chart, but I haven't had a chance to like deep dive yet. I mean, I've dove. I've more like belly flopped. I haven't dove yet. But some of the stuff that I was pulling up, there were apparently texts exchanged, and one of the McCabe family members referred to this judge. Somebody had asked if, they have a direct line to the judge, and he said, oh, you mean Auntie Bev? And they asked for her to recuse herself from this case, and she said no, which is interesting because also I haven't watched all the hearings yet, but I've read some of the court docs from them, and because like I said, I've belly flopped, I haven't dove, but the stuff that I read, it looks like all of the motions that they've found or that they've heard, that the court has heard, like the stuff that she's, just camera movement. The stuff that the prosecution is asking for, she's like, yeah, sure, go ahead. And then the stuff that defense is asking for, it's like, no, there's no merit to that. No. So it seems like very unproportionate responses to motions. And when there's texts that say somebody, that you know, they go to, I can't remember exactly what it was, something about like Auntie Bev and her seaside cottage and, or something like that. When I tell y'all that this is like the Boston Murdochs, that's what I mean. It's like everybody's, you know, connected, and it's wild. As soon as we get a verdict on this is, I'm going to look and see what other trials we have coming up, but this is going to be something I'm like, you know, deep diving into. I've started compiling all the documents in one place, kind of going through those, highlighting stuff, got the names, pulling pictures so I could do all my charts to kind of help, you know, put everything together. The Turtle Boy, the one who he was in there in the green shirt sitting behind there. He's done like a ton of work on this. So when I say I'm about to start, you know, deep diving and working on it, what I mean is like doing the charts and stuff on it. But he's already, I mean, he's done the hard part for me, the stuff that, you know, like investigating a lot of that stuff or whatever. Like he's done a ton of work on it. So, but I'm going to start doing all the charts and putting everything together. The thing about this is that there's so many people involved that it's hard to understand unless you spend a lot of time in it, because it's like, this isn't just a, you know, this person did this and this person did this. There's so much stuff that's intertwined, and it makes it a little bit harder to understand the totality of how bad this is. So that's where I come in. Data visualization is my jam. So I am going to start putting stuff together and do my charts and all of that. And I haven't decided yet. But like the podcast that I've been recording for these episodes, I might do some of them on this. But I don't know how, I mean, I don't know if anybody would even listen to the podcast stuff. I don't know. So I'm thinking about it. But I'm definitely, y'all know I do some charts. Yeah, she'll get mad. But that is okay. The thing about my charts is that I am always very clear that everything I put on there is very clear about fact, like this is fact and this is how we know it and this came from this or whatever. And if it's not fact, if it's a theory or if it's a testimony, which we know could be a lie, I will specify or highlight or do it in a slightly different color or something, so that anything that could possibly be not 100% factual data, you can still see it and how it fits with everything. But I also don't like to give as much weight to that as I do things like, you know, cell phone evidence and GPS and all that kind of stuff. I am big on the facts, and I will fill in, like when I did my Murdoch charts, I had all of the data and the facts and the stuff that you can't argue with. And I don't care what names you call me on the internet, you can't argue with this whole column. And then on the, you know, on the other side, I had everything blocked in. Okay, so this, you know, based on this, we know for a fact, this is when he's driving. This is when he's here. This is when he's here. And then on the right side of the data column, I had theories, and it's clearly listed theories. So I chart out all of the data and then build my theories around that. And I'm pretty dang good at it, if I must say so myself. I've heard this that Turtle Boy has done so great, but only watch about the Karen Reed case. Otherwise, pickles not politics. I've heard that. But I am all about, taking things that are very complicated, like the Murdoch trial or all of the Melly nonsense, like taking things that are complicated and making it clear. Because you can't convince people of the truth if it's not clear. So that's what I enjoy doing. Marie Moss, I thought about this too, but I was thinking too about that first jury interview where they said that they, they knew right away going back there, but they took the time. The biggest thing is, they're going to have to go through with the conspiracy stuff, going through. Those were a lot of jury instructions. They seemed like it wasn't a lot because we listened to it in 1.75 speed. Well, we didn't, but the judge spoke in 1.75 speed. So it seemed like a lot, but Cavell said, I love a podcast about this. I'm thinking about it. The thing is, like, I've started doing the podcast for the recaps and stuff of these. Like, I started doing that, and I am learning as I go. I just am doing what I can. I am not like a, professional podcaster. Every time their camera gets blurry, I think that something's happening. So for Fox 74, I've been listening to the first 3 Thami podcast episodes. I have one more that I've got to record, and I was waiting to record it till we get our verdict, unless we don't get a verdict today, and then I'm going to record it tonight. But and then I'll just do like a short episode for verdict. But I have one more to record, but with closing arguments and stuff. But I'm not a professional, but I've been doing them anyway. I'll just blame it on aliens if it goes wrong. Liz K says he could be a little harsh with other stuff, but I personally like hearing different viewpoints on everything, even if I don't always agree. Yeah, Alyssa K, you and I are the same about that. We've talked about that before. I like to hear people who completely disagree with me, as long as they have a reason to disagree. Like, if you don't have a reason to disagree, you just disagree because you don't know what the hell you're talking about and you just want to run your mouth, then no. But the people who disagree based on actual thoughts in their heads, I love those people, because I might not agree with you, but I want to understand you. It does take a lot of time to do a podcast. Yeah. The thing is, though, here's the thing about that. It takes as much time for me to do these charts as it does for me to do, actually more for me to do the charts than it does for me to do a podcast. Because with a podcast, with the charts, I have to get all of the information. I have to chart it out like like in just a data chart, not an easy to understand, but just data, just timelines. This happened here. All my links to all the court documents, pouring through everything, comparing everything, picking up on any details, marking things that don't add up, marking things that I need to go back and check again. It takes forever just to get everything charted out. And then I have to break it into sections. Like I said before, like with the Murdoch stuff. Okay, so this is before, this is when he woke up, from the time he woke up until the time he left. And I take that one block and I just analyze the crap out of it and take a look at everything else and how it compares to that one block of time that I'm looking at. And that's how I find so many, details and everything in other things. And it helps me to, if I take it, like break it down like that and then just go through and then go back through, then I have a full, complete understanding of it. And then I have to make it visually digestible so that people can take a look at it and see how I see. So then it's like you have to like weed out all the things that don't necessarily matter, the things that don't impact like the main part of the story. So you weed out all of that stuff. Okay, now you've got this. Okay, what can I combine to make it easier? Or what's like the most important stuff of this? And then you kind of start forming everything like that. And then once I have the main stuff that needs to be understood in order to understand what is so important about this and understand the pattern of everything, then I have to go through and create all the graphics for it. So the charts take so much freaking time. And I could record and explain what I'm saying quicker than I could do the graphic part of it. So but I still got to do the graphics because Lord knows I need them anyway. They help me. I have many jobs. So many. Candace Hoff, that's a good point. I wasn't a professional streamer until I just started doing it. Oh my God. Have y'all seen that? Who has seen, I'm going to do a poll. We're going to do a poll. Who has seen my very first stream? Or have you? We'll do that. Have you? It was a nightmare. We're going to ask. It was bad. It was Lori Vallow. What do you think Dr. G would say about this new case? I don't know. I would love to see Dr. G talk about Thami and his stupid face. I need to see him talking about that. Ricky Watson, I'm glad you learned to say bull butter. Makes me happy, ma'am. Yeah, it has kept me from saying other things. Cavalaw Floor says, I think the most important part of doing a podcast is being a trustworthy voice. If you've got that, you're golden. I will say this. My most important thing to me is to be trustworthy, to be reliable. I want, like, if I say something that I know is a fact, I want people to be able to trust the fact that it's a fact, that it's true. Like and that was so big for me during, when I was doing the charts and stuff during Murdoch, like people would say, oh, he said this. And I'd be like, no, I can tell you for a fact he didn't, because I had to go watch that 3 times to make sure that I knew exactly what he was saying. Like if making sure that I get the facts straight is one of the most important things to me. And if there's something that I don't know for a fact, but I know it's something like this, and I'll say, I think I remember this, or I think it was this, but I'll make sure that I say, I think. But anytime I'm putting like when we're on stream and stuff, but anytime I'm putting like my charts out there or, anything like that, I make sure and double and triple check that I have the right stuff, because that's one of the most important things to me, is that I want our people to know that if I'm putting it out there, that it's reliable. And if it's just my opinion on how things happened, then you'll know it's just my opinion, but I'll show you why I have that opinion. Yes, but I think, let me check my text. I did. But I don't know if he is anymore. Let me see. I'm going to look at that in just a minute. Because I think that I think he might not be now, but I'm not positive. I'm going to look. 68% of you have not seen the very first one. I'll play it. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I'll play the beginning so you can see how bad it was. Holly Mac says, I found Brandy first and then she introduced me to RA. I have been on both channels every day since. Thank the Lord for retirement. Yes. Lisa Wilmot, you were here for my very first. Let's look. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at this crap show. It's bad, but that's okay. This is when I called RA and I was like, look, nobody's really streaming Lori Vallow, and I want to, because I'm so interested in this case, and I've been following that, everything that was happening for so long. And so I was like, I really, I want to stream it because I think it would be, so much better to be able to watch it like with everybody. And I was like, how do you, like, what do you do? How do I do that? What would happen? How would that work? And I basically was just like, hey, let's just do it and see what happens. So this is my very first one. So I had no intro, no outro music, because this is before I tricked JT into helping me. So I was learning to use StreamYard, and I had just bought StreamYard that day. They have a free version, but you only have so many hours, and I didn't know what that meant. So I was like, whatever, I'll just do it. Actually, no. Hold on. No. Let me show you what my actual first video was. Not my first stream, but my first video. It was me. It was amazing. You're going to love it. It's fantastic. It was wonderful. This is my first ever stream, or my first ever video. I was trying to do, because everybody had kept asking me, will you please, do a video with, the Murdoch charts and explain it or whatever. It's like, all right. And this is it. This is my first video. I was trying to figure out where the button was to make it start. Couldn't find the button. Could not find the button. Yep. First video. My face. That was it. That was my first video. What's funny about that is I had no freaking clue how to do it, but That was my very first video. Oh, and then this was not my first stream, but this was my first video.
Hey y'all, Brandy Churchwell here.
Oh my God.
Some of you might know me from social media. The rest of you probably just know me from high school, but either way, I'm glad you're here.
Okay, I said that because a lot of the people that I was following this trial with, I went to high school with, and I was like, nobody's ever gonna like actually watch this, you know? Like, so I had a few people on social media that were saying, you know, hey, do this. And I was like, everybody else is just gonna be my high school friends, like feeling bad for me, so they go to watch it.
If you do know me from social media, then you may already have heard of the Churchwell chart. It's a timeline.
Shout out to Kathy for naming it the Churchwell chart. You know what's funny too? As I'm going through this, there's a part where, like, okay, this is hilarious.
Austin, and around this time, Paul is heading toward Moselle from Okatee. YouTube is hard work, y'all. So Alec leaves work, and
that was my first ever video when I actually knew that it was recording. I sound even more Southern. Well, you are correct, Miss Lisa Wilmot, and you can hear it come back out of me sometimes, but I got made fun of so bad for that. And I had people like saying, you know, you're just a dumb hillbilly. What do you know? You sound uneducated. Why are you even making videos? Like, why would we listen to anything you say when you sound like that? I got so much hate for my accent and people telling me that I sound like an idiot. So why would they ever listen to me? So I try to tone it down a little bit now until I get to talking, and then I just forget. Okay, so this is this is before I tricked JT into joining, but this was my first stream. The Murdoch thing was my first video. This is my first stream. The first video was 6 months ago. It was like February-ish. Like end of February, I think. So it was like 6 months ago. And then I did my first stream, and I was doing it from my little bitty Chromebook, and I didn't know how to do anything. And so I had been saying hello, and like I could see the chat, but then nobody was answering. So then I was like, well, dang, my microphone's not working. So then I'm like trying to mess with this. There's no intro or outro or anything. And I was trying to mess with it. I was a nervous wreck. See, I'm trying to figure out how my microphone's not working. And I had to share my whole screen so everybody can see everything I'm doing. This is my first stream. And I was like, okay, well, I'll get like my timeline and I'll get some graphics since we're only going to be able to listen. And I was like, you know, at least that'll give people, you know, something to look at other than just me. And while we're, you know, watching this, so I thought, you know, that would be helpful. Like, this is still me trying to figure out how to get the microphone to work. No audio. Trying to press buttons, and everybody can see everything I'm doing. This is amazing. I kept going, okay, what about now? Can y'all hear me now? Couldn't figure out how to get myself added to the stream. Everybody's like, sound? Like, yep, don't have any. Hey, y'all, I am trying to get this going. This is my very first one. Okay, can y'all hear me now? My microphone is messing up. Can y'all hear me now? This is talent. Yay, okay. Everybody knows where they are. Okay, see if I can show you yesterday. I've been, all right, so I finally got this. And then I ended up getting, let's see, as they're starting, you can hear the Lori Vallow stuff. I got Lucy in there at some point.
And you testified about observing him
There's no evidence of for A.
You can see the sun went down. I got Lucy in here at some point and made her sit with me because I was so freaking nervous.
Additional surveillance when you were looking for the Jeep?
Yes,
Where did you conduct that additional surveillance?
565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg.
And how, if at all, did that connect to the death of Tammy Dago?
Oh, there she is. And it was my first one. I didn't mess up too bad. Do a recap and put that out, and I'll have the link on my Twitter and on my YouTube. Look at Lucy's little bedhead. Oops. So look at your little bedhead. But thank y'all so much for coming. And it was my first one. I didn't mess up too bad on most stuff. Like I'm learning the technical stuff, but it wasn't that. You know what's funny is that I still say, I'm like, oh, I didn't mess up too bad, right? I'm learning the technical stuff. Yeah, that was, how long ago was that? 4 months ago. Bad. But Lucy did good. I'm still going to stay with y'all and chat for a minute. My voice. Let's do a roll call. Let's see who was in there. Who was in our chat? It's here now. Let's see. Oh, we had a good, look at y'all. Some of y'all are in here today. Here's Jams. I asked Jams if she would come because I told her that, hold on, I got to mute this so I don't have to hear my voice. I asked Jams if she would come because I told her that I didn't think anybody would come. And I was scared that I would do my first stream and nobody would show up. Isn't that funny? The fact that Brandon can laugh with us on this, not laughing in a bad way, but totally enjoying her road to knowledgeable child is priceless. I am a knowledgeable child, y'all. I took a detour, but this is definitely the road to being a knowledgeable child. I have messed up so many things and I continue to. And I will, even today, like I was having so many technical difficulties and I'll just sit here and like let y'all chat amongst yourselves while I'm trying to fix it. But I mean, it happens, but it's funny seeing, it's probably a bad idea to do like a reaction video to your own stuff, but it's funny going back sometimes and looking at it to think about, you know, being so scared that, you know, nobody would show up to. There's Alyssa. Ivan, let's see. I see some of y'all. Oh my gosh, y'all. We got 5 minutes until alien attack. This is the true test, y'all. We're about to find out if they really did fix it or if I'm going to have to call StreamYard again. We got 5 minutes till the aliens attack. Five minutes till the alien hour. Who is JT? JT is like my right hand on everything. He I tricked him into doing this with me. I tricked him. After this, I can't remember if it was this one or the second one. After those, I asked him if he wanted to join and help me because he had experience with, not with live streaming, but with podcast stuff. And I asked him if he would help me. And he was already doing 100 things. And I was like, okay, well, just, you know, maybe once or twice a week. And that was the plan. And then he helped me and it went so much smoother. And then after that, I was like, okay, so what time tomorrow? And then I just kept saying that at the end of every day. Okay, what time tomorrow? And then never let him leave. Never let him leave. 3 minutes, y'all. This is not a drill. 3 minutes until the aliens attack. I'm getting scared. JT cannot do the day court. We did night court stuff together. And we used to do it 5 nights a week. And then with his job, and he has like a whole wife and whole kids. So 5 nights a week was a lot for him. So he does night court. And he likes the like the, instead of doing the current stuff, like he likes the stuff that's happened before. Like he likes to, his podcasts and stuff are on things that have happened before. So he can kind of give like a full synopsis on it instead of like the breaking news in the moment as it goes kind of thing. That's what he likes. So we decided I was going to start doing day court because it's a little bit easier for my schedule, and he was going to do night court. So he does the throwback trials Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays on night court. Y'all should check it out. Check it out. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'm so scared. Alien invasion. Let's see who else we had in chat that day. If any of y'all are in here, I see Miss Alyssa K right there. What's with the aliens? Aliens invade. We got 1 minute, y'all. This is not a drill. 1 minute. Aliens invade every single day at 4. My StreamYard completely cuts out every single day at 4. And I called and I was on the phone with them yesterday. No, I sent a message yesterday, or like a little chat thing yesterday. And then I called the support thing today, and they're supposed to be reset it. We're about to find out. I'm like watching because the first way I know it's going is because the little thing over here in my corner of StreamYard starts showing me that everything's about to go away. It starts like, it does like this little thing where it goes. Shoo. Hey, Megan, no questions from jury yet. We haven't had anything. All right, everybody cross your eyes. Cross your eyes. Fingers. It's 4 o'clock. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. They fixed it. No alien invasion. That's so exciting. And Nikki gifted a membership. It went to Sarah Hicks. Sarah Hicks, welcome to the family. Nikki, thank you so much. Nikki, that was our first post-alien gifted membership. That's exciting.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Yes. That's so exciting. No alien invasion. It is 4:01. We officially made it. Yes. Oh, I kind of miss the aliens. It's like we knew they were going to visit us every day at 4. They left us. They left us. We did it all. Congrats. We did it all. We did it. Nikki gifted another membership. It went to Lynn K 415. Thank you so much, Nikki and Lynn K. Welcome to the family.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Yes. Yes. It's like still, it's 4:02 and I'm still like waiting. Like, am I speaking too soon? They fixed it. I'm very impressed. Carlene, to turn on gifts, you do exclamation point gifts. I think. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Almost positive. No aliens today. Y'all, do you miss them? I kind of miss them. No, don't tell them come back. Don't tell them come back. Baby Brandy. Amos gifted 5 memberships. 5 memberships.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Tammy Judy, Carlene 313, April Cantrell, Lori T, and Sassy Southern Law Nerd were all gifted memberships by Amos. Thank you, Amos. Thank you, thank you. Y'all are the best. Y'all are the best. Liz K said I miss them a little bit. A little bit. It's like they always will like come in and just be like, hey, I'm just going to ruin everything for you for a minute. And then they dip out. And it would take us all a minute and we would pause, reflect on what was happening in our lives, and then come back together 35 seconds later and then unpause and move on with our day. And then we would just end the stream 35 seconds later than everybody else in the world. But we did it as a team, and it was exciting. Moment of silence for the aliens. They're attacking somebody else every day now at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central. I have a jury question. What's taking so long? That's so funny. Oh, I haven't been looking at this. Let's see. Who else was in the first? Let's see who was there. Oops. Look, I still messed stuff up. There's Ivan. Alyssa K, Jams, Tony Fortune, The Advocate, Casey Star, Tish. Oops. Christy Aiken. Oh, it's like a little blast from the past. Chandra. JT was in my first stream. He was modding and probably like, oh my God, what is this girl doing? She's terrible at this. This will never go anywhere. I should probably help. There's Amos. The aliens went back to area 51, 54, 56. Went back to Studio 51 in area 54. I think on our 10K giveaway party day stream, I think I'm going to anybody who is in the first chat that's in that chat, I think I'm going to send them a gift. It's kind of funny seeing a lot of these people aren't in here today, but would still come in and out. That's so funny. Fun times, fun times. Matthew Harris Law. Amos. I have a spreadsheet somewhere that has everybody that was there that first night because I wanted to do something special. Aw. Sub count right now. I think we were at like 83. Let me see. 83 something. Let's see. I can't believe we're at 8642. Oh, we've gone up a little bit. That's fun. Which, I'm curious, for the people that are here, which trial did you start watching us with? Hi, big girl. Hi. What got me into this? Well, actually, it was an accident. I've been on medical leave. There's a lot that I don't share with y'all. There's a lot that happens that I deal with on a daily basis with my health. Cancer and cancer treatment did a lot of damage to me, and I am not able to go back to work. And I have not been approved to go back to work because I have a lot of damage, a lot of issues, and I can't. It's a lot. So I am a workaholic. I am used to working, and the Murdoch trial was happening. I had moved. I was settled in. I was, when I first, I had finally gotten to the point where I wasn't sleeping all day, and I actually had I was starting to get a little bit of energy back, and after being so sick for so long, and I was watching the Murdoch trial, which is something I had been invested in for so long, and I was watching the trial, and people kept saying, "There's not enough time. There's not enough time," and I was like, bored anyway, needed something to work on some way to direct my energy. And so I was putting it into like trials and, watching trials and doing it like that. And like, just doing it kind of for fun, like charting stuff out and like mapping things out or whatever, and just doing it for fun. And so I did that. And I would get in like Facebook groups and stuff and, like discussion groups and stuff and share with it. And I would make these charts, and I did one for Murdoch, and somebody had asked me in that Facebook group if I could post it on Twitter so that she could share it. So I did, and then it went viral, and everything just blew up from there. And then that's how I ended up getting here. Isn't that crazy? All because I was like, I don't Twitter. What did I call it? What interview was that? I think Fitz News. When Fitz News wanted to interview me, and I did an interview with them, and I called it my first. Oh, I said I don't tweeter or something like that, because I didn't even know what it. I mean, I didn't know. I was like, yeah, I don't really tweeter, but I put one out and it went viral, and then everything went crazy. All right, let's see. Valo, Melly. I'm Travis for, oh, I love that one. Travis was a good one. Lori, Valo, Travis, Lori, Latisha. Oof. Latisha. I did all those videos that I did on her. Because that's when I was doing, that's before I started like the live streaming. That's when I was doing all the videos. But I know exactly what you're talking about. Like all those videos that I did on her, I would be making those videos and I would get so mad watching that trial. And I'd be like, okay, I'm doing these. I need to try to like be, like not show my disdain. And I was like, screw that. She killed that sweet baby. And so I was like, she sucks. Travis Rudolph, Lori Vallow. This one, welcome, Melly. Lori Vallow, when I could stay awake. Yeah, that was the thing about the Vallow one. Since they didn't release the audio until later, it was good because we got to listen to it at 1.25 speed and all the breaks were cut out. So we got it like condensed, but we had a lot of people. That's when we started our whole good night tradition, because people would start to be like, okay, I've made it as long as I can. I'll have to catch the rest on replay. So people would go to bed and we'd be like, all right, good night. So everybody would like let us know when they're going to bed and basically tuck everybody in. Vallow, Travis, Vallow, Melly. I could do a poll. Most of them are Vallow, Travis, Melly. I've had a few people right here from the beginning since I was doing the Murdoch stuff and the Murdoch videos. Travis, Letitia, Vallow, Merritt. Before Travis was Richard Merritt. Okay. All right. I'll do a poll. I got most out because start a poll. Uh-oh. My mouse just stopped working. Oh, no. Aliens. Hold on. I think I might have to change my batteries. Instead of taking over StreamYard, they took over my mouse. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Freaking aliens. Alrighty. Let's see. I'll try to do because I can't fit all the options of the ones we've done. I'll try to do the ones that are. What trial did you start with? Okay, Lori Vallow. Travis Rudolph was another one that a lot of people joined in. Melly. We'll do other, because there were some other ones. I think those were the most. Who was here when we did our some of our milestones? Some of the milestones that we hit here. I won't pull them up. Let's see if I can remember which one they were on. Make sure I do this without getting a copyright strike of myself. Let's see. Where? I wish I remembered playlist. I wish I remember what day which episode some of the milestones were. Okay, so it was before. Okay. Oh, there's Bug Dugger. This was in the very beginning. Let's see. Indy Cindy, Andy Pistol. That's not. Why is some of these? I'm trying to find. Oh, maybe that's why. Oh my God. When I would do the Letitia hair every day. Because we would watch Letitia during the day. Oh, Alyssa K, good point. And thank you. This is a good point. Good thinking. That's why Alyssa K's not banned from the channel yet. She's always got good ideas. All right, let's see. All right. 427 was the first 156. Oops. Oh, this was that when I moved here. Not all of these are this. That was first girls' night. 4,500 subs. Huh. That's the first 500 members. It's 200. And that was 7K. All right, let's see. So 427. All right. Oh, this is fun. This is fun. Where's the date? It just says 4 months ago. I wanted 5 members. I was going to be really excited if we could get 5 members. It's crazy. How do you see the date on these? How come there's no date? It just says oh wait, I might have to look for it through Studio. Let's see. Okay, content live. Oh, there we go. Okay. Why am I missing that one on my... I'm trying to find... Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Just talk amongst yourselves. Is that Letitia Hair, the one that we were just on? Is that the one that...
Is unlike any other, and I think it's important that we give this we give credit where credit's due. And my favorite part about this is that the first thing RA said today was faux sale malachite rings found on beach, slightly slimy for unknown reason, a pair to be worn in a previous existence. Signed by Jesus. Oh boy,
so funny. Yes. Yeah, and we were talking about it. We love this so much, and we were like, oh, there was our pet parade when we did the pet parade. Good night, Recovery Addict. He was leaving. Dang, why can I not find? That was day 11. Let me see. It says the 27th on the cork. Oh, those days aren't right. Oh, no wonder. No wonder. Okay, I think. It stopped again. I gotta get batteries. Okay. I tried to just take the other ones out and put them back in, but I need new ones. Freaking aliens. Okay. Well, it didn't work. Wait, did I not put them in right? All these problems. There we go. Okay. All right. I think this might be it.
YouTube.
Oh,
it ended up
Letitia
being a
Hare.
little bit better. So I'm gonna solo you, just so everybody can see the lovely. We saw in the chat before we came on the Letitia Hare watch, and or the Brandy Hare watch, and yes. So we had to
Call me little
Brandy's doing-
Lucia.
Let's say hi to a few people. I think I'm trying to
Hi,
figure out
Kat.
who
We have a
won.
new member, Kat, that came. Kat.
We do.
I gotta find it. I
Hello,
gotta scroll up.
Kat.
Look how excited I got
Kat.
with new members.
Hello, all of
Where are
y'all.
you?
Yep. Hi, Kat. Kat Langton. Kat Langton's
Look
a
at all the
new
green.
member.
Oh my God.
I love all that green.
I still sing like that. That's so embarrassing. That's so embarrassing.
It's so good. I love all this
So good.
green.
I love it. Our
Let's
little
see.
family.
Cajun Kool-Aid. What's going on? Hello.
Hello.
Did
Annie,
you see Cajun Kool-Aid's tweet today? Cajun Kool-Aid was gathering the people. I loved it. It was amazing.
Thank you. Annie also tweeted out. I'm sure there were some other folks and I missed it. Feel free to tag us. We love being tagged. It's great. I think Annie was the first one in here again today. I think
Annie.
because Annie was the first one in. I think that she won our 13th.
This is no. What happened? What's happening? It always does this on. Oops. Oh wait.
The drawer chair.
There
So
we go.
she's going to end up having a full dining room.
This
set
was the
soon.
first night.
And I mean an invisible one. So if somebody comes
Right.
over, don't say, "Hey, here's all your chairs." They will look at
Yeah.
you funny, much
It's
like
still
people look at me.
BYOC. Yeah, it's still BYOC. Bring your own chair. But you have
Marilyn.
now two of them. Oh my God, my voice is so annoying. Marilyn, you were in our first chat too.
So thank you, Janet. Hello. The UK. Oh my goodness gracious! I got to do the math, and I don't math, and I know that you're like 6 hours ahead. So thank you for churning in. Let's see here.
Oh,
Who
how many
else we
people have
got?
gathered now? What are we? Why? Why is this doing this? We're at like 158-ish.
158. Now 159, I think.
Oh, that's amazing.
159.
Amazing.
Let's see here. Knitting Addict. Hello. Lexa, hello. Thank you for joining us. Who else we got going?
Did I see your Twitter DM? No, I have been working on merch for the last, I don't even know how long. Let me look and see your Twitter DM. Let me pull it up.
Ricky, I'm reading that howdy is a howdy, y'all. And I hope that I'm right. I do. Hello, Ricky. Hi, Amanda. Thanks for coming.
This was, oh, goodness. Oh, can I read this?
Yeah, read it.
I am obnoxious. Well, I got to get, Deanna, the audio bird, can I read this? Going. I'm about to read it. She sent me a DM, and I don't want to like.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I was gonna make sure it's okay with her. She said yes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I found out this is from Deanna the Audio Bird. She said, I found out this morning that last night during your broadcast, my third grandbaby was born. This is her third step grandbaby. I am swinging from the rafters as we get ready to fly to Texas to meet this new little baby boy. Oh, she said, I'll try to show up. Why does it keep doing that? For the broadcast tonight, but I had to share that with you. That's so cool. Oh, this is our first baby. This is our first 13th-year baby.
Cult baby. Cult baby.
Oh, yay.
Multiple generations. Cult baby.
Our first cult baby. I'm so excited.
Oh my gosh.
That's so cool.
I am
well,
so
Amanda, I know
obnoxious.
that the baby took over for a second, but thank you for coming. I appreciate it. It came highly recommended. Well, we appreciate that. Terry, hello.
Yay.
Lisa, first timer. Hello. Welcome.
Hi, Lisa. This is not my normal hairdo. Just so all the first timers know.
It's much better. It's much better.
Not really. Not usually.
Oh my gosh, hold on. We're getting things. I'm gonna try and hit everybody, but I hit Kat. We just got a super chat. I gotta go down. I gotta scroll all the way down.
This was our first night that we were monetized.
Ashley, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you, Ashley.
Vibe.
Thank you.
Please?
Thank you. That was my legit share.
It is a TGIF. I hope everybody has their drink in their hands. I happen to have a Rockstar, and before we got on, Brandy was like, "Oh, this drink is it is heavy." So.
Yeah, my drink is strong, y'all. So it's Friday, and this is a short episode. So I was like, it's okay to be a little bit stronger going into this one because
just ignore all this.
Chandra became a YouTube member. Thank you so much.
Oh,
thank you.
Chandra. We love Chandra.
Let's see what else. Deanna, hello. Hey, Maggie, thanks so much for coming over from RA. RA had a lot of good things to say this morning about us. Oh boy, and I was tearing up.
It was awesome.
Uh-oh. Denise said she has some insider information about what to expect next week in court. Let me know if you want me to video in.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me see if I can get let's see if I can invite.
Y'all, I have been working on the merch while he's getting her in. I'll tell you, I've been working on the merch for the last, I don't know how long it's been, the last couple hours anyway. So we'll post that But there, and we're gonna scroll through and show some of the stuff, but I am so excited for y'all to see it and it's not done yet. We're gonna have some more stuff, but there's some really fun stuff that's on there, and I am so excited for y'all to see it. And some of it was inspired by some of our random weirdness, but I love it. I love it.
Denise, I just sent you the invite via Discord through the messenger, so feel free to hit that whenever you want. Toxic, hello. True Crime Web, hello. Are we gonna
hello?
Texas is the ladies' room entry signs.
Oh yes. Well, I mean, if we got one for the urinal, we got to have one for the ladies' room, right? Chandra gifted 5 memberships. That's amazing.
What? Chandra, thank you.
My voice. Oh, that's awesome. Julie
so
R.
much.
I Rescue Dogs. KAS and Catatonic. Oh, Catatonic. That's really funny. Catatonic. Oh, I lost my spot. It's moving.
Yeah,
you're here. You're right here.
I'm gonna mess
See?
that up
Okay.
entirely, but I'm glad you're
you
here.
caught up. My thing is moving so fast. I love it. That's amazing.
YouTube
Hello.
opened the allowance to toggle accepting gifts. All right. I'm glad YouTube opened that toggle. Hopefully makes it easier. First time. Hello, Terry. First time chat, but fan. Thanks to RA. Thank you, Lisa, for being here. Leah, hello. I think it's Katie. Joyful Heart. Oh, that's so nice. I like that. I like that a lot. Advocate, hello. Hello to all our mods. Everybody drop a thank you to the mods. We appreciate them so
Ace was in there
much.
sneaking
They
around.
do so much for us. I really appreciate that. Oh my gosh, Nancy, hi. Hello, everybody. Let's just hi.
Hi.
Hello. Oh, look, it's Denise. Shall we add Denise to the thing?
Yes.
All right, here we go. Here comes Denise. Hi, Denise.
Hi. God, my voice.
Hi.
Hello.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. It's funny. I've got you guys on my phone and I have Scott and Thomas on the TV.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, it keeps doing that.
I got to get my fix. So,
right.
I had to go to the courthouse this afternoon with a friend of mine for a case that she's involved in. And as we were leaving, I saw Chanley Painter from Court TV.
Oh, she's been in this one
and
too.
So I met her last week when I was there. So I just walked right up and, hey, Chanley, how are you?
Look at Polly the primate.
Struck up a conversation. We talked a little bit about what happened today.
Mm-hmm.
There were a ton of witnesses today. I think today is the most witnesses that they've had so far in one day.
And it still went so quick. It's still
2, 3,
crazy.
4, 5, 6, 7,
Right.
8, 9. 9, I think. 9 or 10.
But I asked her because I've been looking for Tammy's autopsy report. She said it has not been made public yet. However, from what she understands, possibly on Monday, the medical examiner from Utah is going to testify about Tammy's autopsy. And we don't know, she doesn't know when next week, but Melanie P., her niece, Lori's niece, will be testifying next week as well.
That one's going to be a huge one.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And I'm going to try to go one day next week. It probably won't be before Thursday or Friday.
This is embarrassing.
But I have to look at my meeting schedule at work to see if I can manage to be out the whole day.
Yeah, right.
Gotcha. Yes.
Oh my gosh. That's
crazy.
I'm
so
interested.
excited for that testimony too. Yeah, I'm I'm so curious to see what she's going to say, because she's had, she drank the Kool-Aid. She's had her back the entire time. So I'm curious if after, now that so much has come out, if she's still going to, go down that path, or if she's going to kind of distance herself a little bit from it. So that'll be interesting to see. And I love it.
Knows it is.
I can't listen to my voice for too long.
Take a picture of the bailiff's face when I say
There's
that.
Brooklyn. Brooklyn, are you still in here?
Yeah.
Phone off completely. Like,
Life
See,
lessons.
sure, the judge was. Oh,
Well,
yeah, it's like
yeah,
2.5
something like
hours,
that.
2 hours 40. It just, woo, this is our kind of night.
love your hair.
Thank you. Thank you. It is.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, you know what's
Awesome.
even.
That was
even
fun. That was
funnier?
our first.
You know what's even funnier? Never mind. I'll shut up.
Second call-in. I think RA was the first. But that was our second. That was our first call-in with some late breaking news. I feel like Walter Cronkite, and
yeah.
I feel like you should help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. We need a Star Wars. We need Leia.
I'm like as Leia as I think I've been in my adult life anyway. I think I was Leia for Halloween when I was a kid, but this is like,
I love that.
We get. Okay, so God, my voice. Do you want to show them what we have put together for the merch? Now, if you're a fan,
Before we do that, I do want to say thanks to Holly Berry, because she sent I put it up while we were talking, but
okay, let's just be clear that you can see the drink that I drank. This is some of my crying fun, and it's inspired by y'all.
Before we do that, I do want to say thanks to Holly Berry, because she sent I put it up while we were talking, but a super chat. I really appreciate it. Also, that profile picture is awesome. Boyle Tiara.
It's like, what's
him? So apparently, we've got your 13th juror. There you go.
More like Andy.
All right. This is wow. That was super inappropriate. Lovely priced mug. That might be the cheapest mug I've seen.
So yeah, the price on all of these was getting rich off of it. We ain't gonna be getting rich off merch. So we took the profit. We still have that. I still just FYI, because some asshole said something to me about how I'm trying to profit on my t-shirts. No, we don't profit on the t-shirts. There's no money from any of this that goes into our pocket. Everything from this goes into a pot that we use to like have gifts and stuff to send back to the people.
I like. Oh, we also have
Latisha. In here. So Amanda P.I. said she needs the she wants the wine mom, this little group of trolls who are still exist, and they still do their business on their little, on the other side of the tracks of little Twitter. But anything that we would say, or like there was basically it was kind of like those that just want to argue with everything. So anything that was said, they would come back and argue. So then I was told that I don't do anything but sit at home. I'm just a wine mom. I'm not an attorney. I don't know anything.
Wine moms.
And so all these fights were breaking out. And then like wine mom started as an insult. And I was, heck yeah, wine moms. So like our only thing was you just have to not be a jerk. Like when people have other opinions, just be respectful, not be a jerk. And that was it. That was literally it. Just, and then be one of us. We embraced it and it was fun. And so we have, we do the hashtag on Twitter with, why does it keep doing that? The wine moms and stuff too. So that's where the wine moms thing came from. So, and Amanda P.I. was a part of that too, part of the original wine moms. Yeah. I started, Amanda is the one who kind of got us linked up as far as like the
Brooklyn, Ricky
the whole
Watson.
podcast stuff. So, and it's funny because we've had so many people ask,
I tried to zoom in.
Oh, how did y'all meet? And like, it's like this, crazy, funny story. It's not Twitter. Twitter was how we met. Twitter and Amanda.
Yep. Twitter.
Cameras,
Yes.
Ohio.
There's
that's-
Lisa Wilmot.
That's what did it.
Yeah.
And then things just spiraled out of control.
Yes.
Absolutely spiraled.
Quickly, without warning. It all just
Yeah.
happens.
Look at Lisa Wilmot.
It's
Lisa,
good.
thank you so much. Lisa gave us a shout out on Scott and Thomas's
Why does it keep doing that?
podcast.
Oh, thank you.
Super nice of you.
Law Nerd Amber.
Okay. I'm trying to put together that command real quick.
There's Bug Dugger. Bug Dugger, are you still in here?
For the merch.
Yes, Shireen, it showed you a second ago too.
That was fun. We'll have more stuff coming too. That was so much fun to go through all that. And I'm the same as some of the other people who've said it on here. I want to get one of all of the things.
All of
Yeah,
them.
that's definitely.
Where it Lisa Wilmot said, just waiting to be noticed. LOL. Lisa.
Oh. What?
Hmm?
That's not what I wanted Streamlabs to do at all. Streamlabs. I'm very confused. All right, well, ignore Streamlabs. Streamlabs, go home, you're drunk.
I was too.
Are we all?
Oh, yep. See?
Just joking. Not yet.
Yep. All right. What else we got going on? What else do we want? You want to?
Lindsay.
Oh,
Hager.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
the
yeah,
same
yeah.
people that go after everybody.
One second. Let me load it up here.
I made this way
We
too
gotta
strong.
perfect. Perfect. 1 second here. Aaron, also known as Like It Barely, and we'll leave it
must
at
have been
first
real
name,
strong.
because there's some crazy people out there, not in this chat, but in general. Aaron put together a beautiful thing for charges.
Oh yes, this was brought up last night because of the. Oh, I gotta still taste that. Oh,
Okay. So here are Lori Vallow Daybell's charges. Do you want to read it or shall I?
I can't even talk right now. That would, this is way too strong.
All right.
Carry on.
All right. So Lori is facing 2 counts of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow, 3 counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy Daybell, and then grand theft, collecting Social Security survivor benefits after the deaths of Tylee and JJ. And yeah, there's a lot there. If anybody's listening to the Defense Diaries podcast with Bob Mata, they're kind of going through like testimony by testimony and talking about it from both sides of prosecution and defense. It's really cool because it's like, yeah, Annie, I gotta ignore that link for merch. I don't know why Streamlabs did that, but I'll figure it out. I'll fix it. But it's really interesting because I don't know. The state's really got to get on it. They need to. They need to prove some stuff. They've proven that something really.
Hold on, wait. Where'd chat go? Oh, I have to do it like this for chat to show up. Oh, here, I can do like this, right? Nope. Live chat replay.
Really bad happened. I think they need to tie her to it. So I hope they have something to tie. But
yeah, I'm confusing myself here.
I think they do. I hope they do. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for this. This is really cool. We'll or you can, since you're in Discord, drop it in Discord. Yeah. So what else? What else? Oh, Nan, it's called Defense Diaries. It's by Bob Mata, Motta. Bob Mata.
And he is the one that we had on the show Sunday for the WTF moments, and then Monday for the cult formation history lesson.
Yes. Brett, the gifts, if you were on a browser, if you click the little $, nope, that's not, wait, what? Where is it?
There's Amos, life lessons.
You know what?
I'm tweeting the merch link.
Cool. Well, one of the mods reach out to Brett, either like with an @ sign, and kind of either walk him through that or Brett, thanks for being patient while we were talking. We have a habit of doing that on this show.
Also, let y'all see that.
So if somebody can just kind of @ sign Brett and kind of possibly walk him through that a little.
All right. I just tweeted the link for if it's not working on whatever. Print a
URL out of it.
Where
Okay, so you can do it through app.
There's a part where we both start crying.
But yeah, 1.25, and we'll kind of go from there. If everybody's ready to,
it's like the coolest thing ever. So we appreciate y'all's support, and we appreciate y'all being here and the memberships and the love-ins that we've been getting. I just wanted to say thanks before we get started, because whoever ends up falling asleep, I don't get to see y'all at the end. So thank you.
Perfect. All right, here we go. As soon as I share the screen.
Okay, we're on the record on case CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Fallow.
Oh, I'm already crying.
Thank you, Amy.
Let's see. When do I start crying?
As part of your job duties, do you make a determination whether or not to have an autopsy performed? No. As part of your infectious activity?
Same.
And I have the official copy for the court as well.
This is where.
Is this a new witness? Did I not?
Trying to make sure that we miss anything. Shoot.
But yet Chad was not keeping his experiences personal. He was writing books and going to
Archibald.
In the obituary, how you got the information that she passed away
This is
peacefully
when
in her
we
sleep,
started getting,
and that came from Chad. Correct.
there
You
are
were asked if you
multiple
heard about that from a
streets where I
doctor. Yes. And at that time, it was just.
She had backed into the driveway. Just her report.
Okay. And then the law enforcement
Denise.
didn't go out with the metal detectors until January 3rd of 2020.
That was with.
Wasn't loaded. She came out of it. But she got asked me what he was doing with the call, and then suddenly, after she told out the husband,
gonna buy me some pizza now.
2019, 21 hours. And what's your son-in-law's name?
Dilly Pickles.
Thanks, Dilly.
About a
Welcome.
deceased individual.
I think this is when everybody started becoming
Pickles have to be
members.
that call regarding Tammy Diggle.
Thank you.
Had you heard Tammy's name prior to that date? No. If I with Rexford, did you hold another position? No, he did not. Did Garth Daybell offer? Yes. And in this photo had
Of the body, and depending on temperature of the room and the condition.
Wilmore and Officer Greenhall in the kitchen of the house. And I started to question.
Sit down, John
what
Thomas.
that could be from. I asked if she had any seizure like our
Chelsea.
detectives, and sometimes I
Indy,
consult
Cindy, and
with
Kiki.
detective.
Thank y'all.
Oh,
and
look, I'm
Officer
okay.
Greenhall,
So it has to be
and
around here because I'm starting to cry.
I just
All right, this is when we kept getting
the Martin
more members.
an
I-
exam of Tammy. Did you know?
Y'all, when we started this, I was like, okay, it'll be really cool if we get 5 members on the first night. Like, that would be really freaking cool. If we got 5, that would be so awesome.
This any
Our first night.
head injuries?
That's
Yeah.
crazy. We were 8 away from 200. Oh, Miranda Lee just get to 5.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you, Miranda Lee.
I start crying right here.
Is-
It's embarrassing.
As the coroner, is it ultimately up to you to determine whether or not an autopsy should be conducted?
Casey O'Dell,
Yes,
Jimmy
I consult
Lawson,
with our
Chelsea,
detectives, and sometimes I
Indy,
consult
Cindy, and
with,
Kiki. Oh, yay.
the mortician, the funeral
Yay.
directors. And
That
did you
means
do
now we're
that?
only 3 away. We're 3 away from 200. That's insane on the
Based
second night.
You knew in your observations, did was
second
anything
night.
suspicious to you regarding
This is when I
the
cry,
scene
babe.
at the time?
Insane. Insane.
Did you find anything suspicious
In the
as to the
membrane.
description of Tammy's body falling out of bed?
In the membrane.
Linda Lee just gifted 5.
Look at the 5.
I asked.
Linda Hill, Annie.
she could fall out of bed if she was left.
Deanna,
And
it's Mel. Caddy Joyful Heart. Oh
Person
my
the
gosh, that puts us at 200. Oh my gosh.
his response was that it was because her legs were wrapped in the sheet. No,
Oh,
he had told me that her legs were wrapped in the sheet, that her head had fallen off the side of the bed,
this is the
and her left side of the body was
just
hanging
another
off.
5.
And we asked how that could happen if she was already deceased. Did Chad provide a response or an answer? He did. He said he must have pulled the top sheet when he rolled over in his sleep, releasing her because she liked to sleep on the edge of the bed.
Like I've lost it at this point.
And when you responded, did you notice any signs of rigor
Thank y'all.
mortis?
Oh my gosh, we hit 200.
What is rigor mortis? After the body has been dead for approximately 2 to 6 hours.
Coroner's just
then
a talking,
rigor
and I'm
mortis
like,
starts to set in, and the body just becomes stiff. Were you able to estimate or determine a time of death? I estimated the time of death between 12:30 a.m. and 2 o'clock a.m. Based on rigor mortis and the lividity and the temperature of her body. The abdomen was cold to the touch, which is the last place.
then like as people are gifting after this, at this point I am so gone that I can't even formulate words to like say it
stays
and
warm.
thank people.
I've almost
cold to the touch when I arrived.
gifted 5.
Would you, based
And
on your
JT cried too, it's not
estimation
just
I'll
of
give
the
it a
time of
total.
death,
That's another.
you didn't die until after 5:30 a.m.?
That's another one, Kyle. Oh my gosh, thank y'all.
At the time that you're making a determination whether or not to have an autopsy conducted, are you considering the information available to you? Yes. And your observations on scene? Yes. And ultimately, in this case, you determined to not have an autopsy conducted. Correct. After consulting with Detective
Thank y'all.
and Officer Greenhall and
Holly
Deputy
Prissy
Coroner
Pants.
Gilmore.
Ugh.
Any pistol.
Did Chad request an autopsy? No.
True
Did he
crime
make any
junkie,
indication to you regarding the autopsy?
life lessons.
Do you issue a death certificate? Or
See, a lot of
excuse
y'all
me,
are
do you
still in
issue
here.
death
Yeah,
certificates?
JT's crying too.
I sign off on them. So you sign off on them to be submitted to the state? Yes, on the cause of death. Yes.
I'm like,
Did you in fact
like
do
ugly
that on a
crying
death
now.
certificate for Tamara Daybell? Yes. Do you recall what you indicated the cause of death to be? Cause was pulmonary edema
Thank you.
due to syncopal episode with fever-like activity.
Thank you. Thank you.
And the manner natural.
Look, Geraldine's got the idea.
Excuse me. Was that based in large part on information Chad Daybell provided you? Yes, and also a daughter.
It's working.
And do you know if an autopsy was ultimately performed on Tamara Daybell? Yes, it was.
Hello.
Do you know if there was an
We're
exhumation?
watching. I don't know how we even ended up doing
Did
this.
you
We're
in fact
watching
attend the exhumation?
when we first
Yes.
got.
Did you also attend the
memberships.
autopsy? Yes.
This is night 2.
Do you know who
When
conducted
I
the
lost
autopsy? A
my
medical
marbles
examiner
and I was
from
crying with my Letitia hair.
Utah morgue. And you didn't. And you didn't attend
Crystal,
that?
I'm just giving another 5. Thank
And
you.
Your Honor, I'm just looking at the time. I'm not sure when the court wanted to break.
I think it would be, if you're still working through direct.
I still have some additional questions, so.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that. We'll take a second break here. That'll be the last break of the day. We do have something for the jurors, so
Letitia, don't
Probably
hate on the Letitia hair.
40 minutes or so.
I swear I don't normally cry this much, but I'm just so like.
No, she's usually just yelling at me.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Shut up, JT.
It's so much easier than crying. I'm.
Please be seated.
Crystal, did Crystal just give 5? If I didn't call it out, sorry, but I'm calling it out again.
I did, but I'm
You did?
crying, so you might not have
We can have the witness brought back and also.
heard me.
I couldn't catch my breath.
Crystal and get another. I can't. Thank y'all. I can't even speak. Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
We are both gonna fall on the floor crying. That's
Oh
what's
my
gonna
God,
happen.
when I got 1,000.
I was hoping for 5 last night, and this has been Holly Berry keeps giving them over and over. Holly Berry, you're so supportive.
Well-
Thank you.
I want to say this too. For those of you who gift, if people don't receive the gift, you do get refunded that gift that doesn't get received. So don't worry if you don't see anybody pick it up. I
I don't know why I
just want to let you know
struggling.
that because, you know. Amy, welcome to the cult. Anybody welcome to the cult? Oh, Julie said time for another cork.
I done yes, I'm already drunk, but let me go see. I'm sure I have a bottle. One hasn't been open because that's 200. That's a whole nother thing. I'll be back. I went to go get a cork
For
because
instance, you
I
mentioned seizure
write.
like activity. Yes, correct. And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish 295J.
Oh.
It's previously admitted.
Very well, you may publish it.
And in this photo, we can see that pink sputum that you talked about.
Oh, pantuflace in here.
And again, just kind of backing up, you said that it had seemed odd to you that someone deceased would have fallen out of the bed, and you discussed that with Chad, correct? Yes. Based on his description to you, again, which part of the body did he describe as having fallen out of bed? Her head and upper left side of her body. And when you look at this photo and you can see some stuff draining down her face, would that be consistent with someone being on their back? Yes. If she had actually fallen out of bed, would you have expected to see that dripping somewhere else or the flow going a different direction? Yes.
Yeah.
It is a little bit to the left. Laying on their back as well. Photo, that was when I grabbed the towel. It had residue on it. At the office of the Utah Medical Examiner or scene. Yes, much more. Yes. Yes.
Yay! See, 428.
Just want to overrule that objection.
Okay.
And I think you already
200.
answered. The answer is yes. Yes.
And I still have it. 428.
Hold on. Keep that up.
Do you know what the findings of the medical examiner were? Yes.
Put it up.
What did they find the manner of death?
Asphyxiation, suffocation.
And was that the cause or the manner?
Oh,
That was the cause.
Do you know what they determined the manner to be?
Manner was homicide.
So they determined the manner to be homicide
Yes.
and the cause to be asphyxiation?
Yes.
crying like a baby.
Do you have any reason to refute the findings of that autopsy?
No.
And at the time you responded out on October 19th, had you ever heard the name Lori Vallow?
No.
Had you heard the name Tylee Ryan?
No.
Had you heard the name JJ Vallow?
No.
Had you heard the name Alex Cox?
No.
Had you heard any connection that those individuals may have to Chad Daybell?
No.
Oh, object, Your Honor, this witness does not know that.
My question was if she was aware
Drink it
of
right
any
out of the
connection
bottle.
they had with Chad Daybell.
Yeah, that's overruled.
When you are conducting your assessment or evaluation of an unattended death, do you consider external information
Yes.
if it's available to you?
Yes.
If you had had the information available to the medical examiner, do you believe that that would have changed your opinion at the time?
I'll object, Your Honor. Speculation.
I'll sustain that.
Yeah.
I can have just a moment.
You may.
I've missed everything else in the last couple minutes.
Ms. Dye, based on the information that you learned from the medical examiner and attending the autopsy, do you intend to modify the death certificate in this case?
Yes.
I'm going to catch up.
And what would you be changing the death certificate for Tamara Daybell to reflect?
I'm still ugly crying.
Cause of death, asphyxiation, the manner of death, homicide.
It's happening that our counter to like they're just
They haven't changed the death certificate yet for
There's
change the death certificate after the trial.
Oh,
You just
look.
wait.
I change it.
Oops.
Okay.
Look. Pink Lady Mafia is strong. And we love forever. We will bring more to drink the Kool-Aid. We love you both so much. Thanks for making me a mod. It's a privilege. Brandy and JT forever. Isn't that cool? I love y'all.
And so a lot of
I'm catching up. I'm not a drunk crier. I've
October
been
19th.
crying even when I'm not. Like tonight's the only night I've been drunk.
Time of death change.
I'm
You had
just so
initially estimated
blown
time
away.
of
I can't.
between 12:30 a.m. and 2:30 a.m. Is that right?
Can't believe
And so did that change?
any of this.
And you initially estimated cause of death to be natural.
We
Is
love
that right?
Not cause. The cause is, oh, initially? Or
Yes, initially.
Initially, the cause was pulmonary edema.
And what does that mean?
It means the lungs, edema in the lungs, which causes the blood tinged sputum to come out.
Okay. So from what you observed on October 19th, because of what detectives were telling you, you were considering doing an autopsy on October 19th.
There's Dean
Is that
Sparks.
We had discussed it, yes.
And you had discussed it with your deputy and the officer on scene, is that right?
Here I go.
And did you also
Downhill
discuss
from
it
here.
with Chad Daybell?
you both.
Yes, I did mention it to him that there may be an autopsy.
And what was his response?
He didn't deem it necessary at that time.
I told him if we felt it necessary, we
You know
would
what's
do an
funny though?
autopsy.
You know what's funny? I was an emotional mess that night, and like I was so thankful, and I kept like blaming it on that. That cup that I had hardly taken anything out of it, and I was so embarrassed that I couldn't stop crying. That I kept saying like, "Oh, I'm just drunk. That's the only reason I'm crying." And I had only taken like maybe 4 or 5 drinks out of that whole thing, but I was so embarrassed that I was crying like a baby.
How about Chad Daybell's, Tamara Daybell's children? Were they there also?
Yes.
And did they want an autopsy conducted?
Emma, the daughter, was very adamant about not having an autopsy done.
And
Thank
that
you,
makes
Amber
sense.
and T.
Why she was adamant about that?
You've been live
Yes.
streaming for 2.5
And
weeks.
what about another child?
Garth was also on scene. He did not voice his opinion.
So Chad and Emma, Chad and Tammy's daughter, asked you, please don't do an autopsy.
There's
They didn't deem
JT.
it
See, I
necessary.
wasn't the only one.
Emma was against it because of the extent of, she didn't want that done to her mom.
Yeah, I still haven't drank all the
And
bottles.
so
I
is it
ended
fair to
up
say that
getting
you believed
corks.
Chad's version of events of
So
what
I was
happened
able
Tammy
to
Daybell?
put corks in them. Because I don't
On
drink that
scene
much.
at that
So
time,
like
yes, after
I
discussing
still
with
have
deputy coroner and
bottles of wine that I haven't drank from
Chad Daybell
those
convinced you
first couple weeks.
and your deputy and the officer that nothing bad happened. Is that right?
concluding our investigation, that's what we ultimately decided.
All right, thank you. I don't have anything else.
All right, thank you, Mr. Archibald. Any redirect?
Hold it up like a devil in a taco.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Send it to Antarctica.
Will this be
Put
released
it in a
from subpoena?
box and send
We would
it to
request that she be
Antarctica.
released.
Objection. All right, I'll conclude your testimony. Thank you.
This is this was the second night that the channel got monetized, and I was hoping for 5 memberships, and
Yeah,
I was hoping to have 10 memberships. I wanted 10 the second night. I was hoping like 5 the first night,
That's a yes.
10, and we had just hit 200, and I lost my marbles. Here's a verdict. They said there's a verdict. I hope so. I hope so. Oh my gosh. I hope so. I'm ready for it. Hoping to have 10 memberships.
Yep. Our goals were.
Now that the witness has been sworn, let me just inquire, have you viewed or listened to or read any of the trial testimony?
No, I'm not.
All right, thank you for that.
Lost it again.
I'll remind you to please make verbal responses.
All right, so
to any
4.5
questions that are
hours.
asked, so we can keep the record and try to.
Sounds
avoid
like a
speaking
guilty
at
to
the same
me.
time as anyone questioning you as well. Have in mind, colleagues, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Would you please state your name and spell your name for the record?
My name is Spencer Cook, SpencerCook.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm employed for the Sugar Salem School District.
What are some of your job duties with the Sugar Salem School District?
I am the technology director for the school district, so I'm in charge of all the computers, servers.
And
Look,
that
I
do that.
Did on her own, and so
look,
Follow
the
to-
crying. I mean, the crying
Just- and that was
continues. I am just.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
I'm so Shireen.
Call
Your Honor, Spencer.
There. I wanted to hit 10 memberships. Could not.
We do.
handle
Now, if the
myself.
witness is sworn, let me make responses to any questions and try to avoid.
Thank you, Dean. That was, so
10. Then I was gonna be.
we.
I was hoping for 5 for the first night, and I was like, if we can in the weekend with 10, then I was gonna be happy. Oh my god, it's so embarrassing to be crying like this. I'm just.
Deep breaths. Deep breaths.
Yeah. It's the hair,
And,
isn't
like-
it? It's the hair. It was definitely the hair.
We very much wanted to run this a lot we wanted to run this chat and this channel a lot like RA, and the fact that you don't have to be a member. You don't have to, like, we just wanted a good
We want to love
community, which we got.
everybody. Yeah, we want everybody.
And we wanted this to be a safe place for everybody, and a comfortable place. And although it's a little more risque than the day, we just wanted to make it something that was for you all, but then also something that we would like to be a part of. And you all have blown us away. Like,
Nikki gifted a membership, and Nurse for God gifted 10 memberships. Thank y'all so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. They finally stopped the clock. They finally stopped it. About time. We'll watch J.T.
blown
speech until
us away. I can't even begin to I can't. I can't. I join the ranks of people in Ugg boots with frappuccinos who can't even right now. And this is how I handle my emotions. I tell jokes.
All right, enough of that. I am a big crybaby when it comes to this stuff. Do not keep it together well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, it's crazy to see how far everything's come. It's crazy, isn't it? Oh. Shireen, thank you. You know, it's funny because it's like I never go back and watch those. And
it's been 84 years.
And I never go back and watch those. And when we do the 10K giveaway, the 10K giveaway party day stream, I have notes about some things that some of those clips that I want to watch and on that stream, and to like remember how far we've come, because it's crazy. Like 4 months ago. It is definitely guilty. All right, we're going to do another chat. There's no way that it's anything other than guilty after that time period. I think. I could be wrong, but oh, okay. Get yourself together. It's just happy tears, Sandra Oliver. We were watching some of our first streams, and Kathy did a video about the internet breaking us. It did. Internet broke me that night and the night before that. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Oh, we were talking about you. We were saying, Tyler Toys was saying that when the judge was reading the jury instructions and she was talking so fast, you know, we were saying that we needed a one of your videos of like, because it sounded like she was going so fast, she sounded like she was like either an auctioneer or rapping. So we were saying we needed you to make a video of it. Yeah, the 10K party day giveaway, we're going to have tissues that day. Thank you. Thank you, Nancy. I appreciate it for a quality verdict and drink for Brady. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And this means that I will have tomorrow off, which is fantastic because my brother's coming to town and my nephew and my nieces. Kathleen says you didn't even cry at Travis. I did, though. I did cry at Travis. I did not break down as bad as that, but I did cry. I got really quiet and I had tears streaming down my face. Oh, y'all are the best. Y'all are the best. Oh. It seems so long ago. Oh. Have RA meet for verdict. Is he streaming it or is he coming over here? I think I sent him a link. Yeah, because he joined us earlier. Oh, he says he's going to try to join us for the verdict. He's all browed up. Good. Nurse for God, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you. It is tears of joy. It's definitely tears of joy. It's crazy, like just going back and seeing how far this channel has come. Getting myself together. Brianne Malcolm, thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Brianne Malcolm gifted 5 memberships. We have 5 new best friends. Let's see. Oh, getting my world together. Brittany Blevins, Denise Hawkins, Big Tire, Stephanie Poston, and Laura were gifted memberships by Brianne Malcolm. Thank you so much, Brianne, and welcome to the family. Verdict time. Verdict time. Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you, Kathleen. I appreciate it. Oh, I love it here. Jackie D. Oops, wrong one. Hold on. They're beside each other.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
1 month of being best friends. Thank you, Jackie D. We are glad you're here. Oh, glad you're here. Lizzie Hendricks says one of my favorite Brandy moments is when I told the story about having just watched Pretty Woman and I put on my mama's tank top. It was tube tops, not tank tops, but yes, with my cousin to go play working women on the street at my nanny's house. Yeah, didn't know what that meant. She probably didn't think it was as funny. We were going to be talk of the town. So funny. Y'all are the best. Whew. They say 30 minutes. So it'll be about 6 o'clock my time. So about 4 o'clock their time. It'll be just in time for Tommy to get his meds. Then that way he can go back to his forever home and lay down and go to sleep. She was not having any of that. My nanny was like, no, ma'am, we are not. We are not going to go stand on the. And the thing is like, I went to go stand on the, the street like they were doing, and the street in Walnut Grove, Georgia is like I think a street, it's a road, and there's a horse farm right next door that would have, could have maybe seen me if they were riding by, but that's about it. But still, she was like, nope, not having that. Not having that. Yeah, we need to get to 10K. We're getting there. We're getting there. I'm excited. This is so funny. I've heard Miranda Lambert before, and I've heard what's the Carrie Underwood. I've heard her before too. But I get Miranda Lambert a lot. Brienne might have a case for us from Wichita. It just happened today, so it will be a while, but it could be spicy. Ooh, you have to let us know about it. Hey, Teresa. Yeah, so we have to, well, the judge is deciding penalty this time. So at least for that part, we won't have to wait on a jury for that part. We're just going to be dealing with the judge for that part. Because he signed, during one of the hearings, he signed a thing waiving his right to a jury for that. So she'll decide it. Subscriber count is for the 10K. Gosh, y'all just don't forget anything. Oh, this they put it up there, but it's not ticking. That must be how long it took to get there. I don't think so. Unless they do for the penalty phase, if they have his family come speak and the victim impact stuff. I don't know if they'll do that tomorrow or not. If I honestly don't know, because the last time they did all that, but it was a jury deciding everything. This time it's the judge. So I don't know if they'll do that or not. If they do, then we will watch it. If not, then I am going to take the time off and hang out with my family that's in town. They got the tissues ready for Tommy. No stream tomorrow if they don't have it on this one, because there's nothing else that we're starting tomorrow. So if they don't do the victim impact stuff and all of that tomorrow, then then I'm going to take the day off and hang out with my family. Shireen, I thought the same thing. Closings were so good. It has to be guilty. It has to, right? Here we go. Katie Bell, yeah, he's acquitted. You missed it. He got sent home and he laughed at everybody. I'm just joking. That did not happen. You did not miss it, ma'am. You are right on time. We are going to be hearing them soon. Oh, the judge is in there. Killing time, we're your first. I feel so honored. We're your first. Who said today after lunch in the poll? RA is coming over. I sent him a link. I think he still has it, right? Because he joined us earlier on the phone. This is so exciting. Aliens. This is so exciting. I'm ready. I'm ready. Guilty. I'm manifesting it. Guilty. 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 Tommy's in his forever home. Tommy's in his forever home. Do we know her? I don't know where Lucy is. No clue. She has left me. %98 are saying guilty. I hope so bad this jury does interviews. I think they will. They have to, right? I mean, how could they not? Right? Hello, hello. Hello. All right, I'm ending the poll because, I think, did this just, Lucy's getting the champagne. She's getting ready. Crystal M gifted 10 memberships. Crystal M, thank you so much. I'm trying to see who they went to, and I've lost my little place on the thing. What happened to it? I can't find it. I'm sorry. I'm trying to pull up who they went to, and it's not. Oh, wait, here it is. Oh, it moved again. Every time I get to it, it moves. Okay, let's see. All right. Collie, Mark York, Neely, Kenneth White, Mom 28. There's that cannon again. It just scared me again. It moved again. I'm trying to get the names, and every time I do. Okay, wait, here we go. Kenneth White. Mark York, I got that one right. I'm having problems. Okay, and whoever else it did, thank you so much. I don't know why it's not letting me. Every time I get to try to see who it gifted it to, it's not showing it. So I'm sorry for that, but we love you anyway, and we welcome you. Amy H51 also just gifted 5 memberships. Let me see if I can get these picked up before they disappear. Kush Queen Katie 86 was gifted a membership. Connie V, Marilyn Williams, Laura Strutterland, all gifted memberships by Amy H51. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all are awesome. Y'all are the best. I don't know where my dog is. Lucy, it's verdict time. Oh, you're right under me. Hi, Sally. I didn't see you there. It's verdict time. It's time. It's time. Okay. Lucy's like, put me back down. Yeah, Lucy went to go get her eyebrows on. Let's fix your hair. You got bedhead still. All right, here we go. Here we go. We have movement. Where is RA? Let me see if I need to send him the link again. Copy. Look, I stopped midway trying to send RA the link so he can join in. And Lucy is like, I'm trying to type, and Lucy's like nudging my hand, like, hello. We were in the middle of something here. Sorry. Okay. All right. Got your hair done. Where'd your bow go? Oops. Feet pics. Okay. All right. We have a raid. Hello. Hi.
Did I make it in time?
You made it in time.
And
You
can
were
you hear
right
me?
in
It sounds good. Okay, good.
Yes. Okay. Did y'all do a poll or did you do, what do you think?
I haven't done a poll since yesterday.
Gotcha. We just did one and 98% are saying guilty.
98. I heard over on LNC they had 7% not guilty, which seems a little high.
That does seem high. It seems really high. But LNC is, they're not.
Yeah. Are you hearing weird audio on my part?
No, it sounds good on my part. I mean, your part on my end.
Okay.
Lady in Gray just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Lady in Gray. We have Minnesota Nice, Maddie Graham, Grammy
You have
Nancy.
the best viewers. You really do. The community is
amazing.
Awesome. It's been
They're
an incredible
amazing.
day on my side as well. They're just awesome. Some of the same names on the gifting list on both sides. Very generous people.
Yes. Debbie and Thunder Plumps were also gifted memberships. Thank you so much. All right, we were looking around at different things, and somehow we ended up looking at, it was the second stream that we did right after we had finally gotten monetized. And it was, it was when I had like the Letitia hair, like the two big Letitia things. And
Yes.
crying like a baby. So we were watching that earlier today, like watching, pieces of that. It was really funny.
That's
And
really cool.
some of us may have cried a little bit again. So
Teensy bit.
Teensy bit. Yeah.
Okay. I'm pumped right now. First of all, we've got a verdict. We stumbled on this little case that's right down in your neighborhood. It's like, it's probably outside your back door, and it's just a hoot. This old lady put 5 rounds into an old man and then smoked a bunch of weed and just covered him with laundry sheets and took a whole bunch of pills. It's crazy. It has domestic issues, abuse in there. Definitely were part of it. But the state is saying that all the bruises were from like the Narcan they were trying to administer from her overdose, and this was premeditated. And it's bizarre. And she's the sweetest little lady on the stand. And the judge just said, "Hey, we're coming back tomorrow, and we might be here on Saturday as well." So,
wow.
It's a crazy little case. But 14th Circuit, if you want to take a look, it's bizarre.
That's crazy. Yeah. I was just telling everybody that if they don't do like the victim impact statements and stuff like that tomorrow, if they don't have court tomorrow, then I'm going to take the day off because my brother's in town. So that's good. So now, because everybody was asking, like, well, if I'm, if we're not here, then what are we going to do? So now y'all know. Now y'all know where to make sure you go to tomorrow to see maybe I'll pop on
your
in.
Neighbors. Yeah. Jump in. I might be able to do it on StreamYard. Give you a link if you want to do that way.
I'll be like live from outside the courthouse. My neighbor's in here, and
you could go. Yeah, just sit in the courthouse and then wave to all of us.
That's what I'll do. I'll live tweet.
Wear your eyebrows though. You have to keep the eyebrows on.
I got to keep the eyebrows on.
That's how we recognize you. It's like, is that really her? Oh, she's got the eyebrows.
Yeah. I think yours are a little bit more recognizable than mine. A little bit.
A little pronounced.
A little bit. Not a lot.
Is it the color? It's the white.
It's the. Wait, did you put them? You put them back because this morning you had happy brows.
I'm happy. So now, I'm angry again.
Now we have angry brows. Gotcha.
And I've missed the monobrow. I've got like the full on. Is it Boris that has these eyebrows? Are these Boris eyebrows?
It could be. Yeah. Somebody said earlier, the Rocky and Bullwinkle, is that the Boris? That's the villain.
I'm thinking.
Who's the Rocky and Bullwinkle villain? Somebody
there's like a Bogart or some comedian that has the huge eyebrows. Borat or something like that. Is that the dude? Can you help me with the name?
That's the dude that wears. Oh, is this it? Boris Badenov?
I think we're making up names now. So.
That's it. Boris the Spider. Boris and Natasha. We have all kinds of answers. Mr. Bean has entered the courtroom. Amy H51 gifted 5 memberships, and Nikki gifted 5 memberships. Thank y'all so much.
Amy, Nikki, you're awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We've had like a little stroll down memory lane over here in the last couple hours. And so I don't know if y'all ever have alien invasions. But we do.
A ghost earlier today.
So that's.
Does that count?
That counts.
I've got weird stuff on my screen. Let me fix this.
We have an alien invasion every day at 5 p.m. Eastern. Every day for, what has it been, y'all? Like 2 weeks or something? It will kick us off the internet. It'll kick us off StreamYard every single day. And I can see it coming because my little thing on StreamYard will start, like, it'll go from the eyeball symbol thing to like a Wi-Fi symbol thing. But it's not my Wi-Fi because everything else that runs on Wi-Fi is still on there. It's StreamYard. But it will kick me off every single day and everything will freeze and I'll have to. So now when I see it coming, I have to pause YouTube and wait about 30 seconds for everything to just kick me off and come back. And so I called and I was on the phone with them today and they said they fixed it. So today we had like an alien countdown. It was like going to be 5 o'clock Eastern and we were all like looking like this is,
nothing happened.
Nothing happened. And then we
Yes,
were all
they
kind of
fixed it.
bummed. We were like, that was reliable. Like our aliens came and visited us every single day at 5 p.m. Eastern. And now it's a little bit like sad because we're like, well, now what? Now what do we do every day at 5 p.m.?
Yeah, bummer.
Well,
I'm glad they fixed it because that's frustrating getting kicked off.
It is.
Anytime you're on a live stream, that is not fun.
Yeah.
Let's see. A couple cool things happened today. I'm not sure if you followed. One also out of Florida. Sarah Boone's lawyer has asked to be off the case.
Yeah.
The court has now officially just filed notice that the 8th of next month. So in 2 weeks, they're going to have the hearing that's going to address that motion to withdraw.
Oh.
So we'll see then if Bankowitz gets to leave or not. And it's going to be a WebEx thing. And they gave us the link. So pull the document real quick before they hide the WebEx link so you can join very carefully if the court allows. But that should be fun to watch that as that happens. Sarah Boone will probably be in attendance there. I'm guessing she'll probably be there.
Oh, yeah. Have you pulled it already or should I do that?
I pulled it. I can send it to you if you don't have it.
All right. Yeah. You'll
I
have
say
to
but it was really our document hounds that did it.
Yeah. Oh, I love the document hounds. I'm all about some documents. We were looking at some stuff earlier for the you and I had talked about yesterday on the stream about the trial or the case that they haven't set the trial date yet for Karen Reed. So we had watched one of those hearings earlier today and we were kind of talking about that. That's going to be my next big deep dive with charts and everything. So
it's going to be your next thesis paper.
Yes.
That's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
That's a doozy. It's just something doesn't sit right. I mean, you so many times you have a murder trial. It's just like this guy or this gal is definitely guilty and they're just trying to get the least possible sentence.
Right.
And other times you look at a trial and say, something is not right here. This makes my eyebrows go, and stay up. It's like, but I think that's one of them. And I can't wait. There's going to be some gotchas and aha moments and just, it's going to be great.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm ready for that one. It's interesting. Oh yeah. Also, you have, where, let me see if I can pull, I think I have the picture. I was telling them earlier about the picture that I have. Where is it? Yes, here it is. There we go. For those asking earlier, this is it. This is where he ripped off. This is where he lost his verdict brows.
They grew back, luckily. That was a Snapchat filter. I had to read my kids' devices to find Snapchat.
It worked really well.
Oh, we're in.
All right, here.
We're in. I thought it was going to be like another half hour. This is perfect.
What if they forgot to move the camera and this is just what we watched the whole time?
No. They've got good cameramen in there. He was in our chat earlier today. I know they'll do well.
Please be seated. The jury's all present and
I'm getting a weird echo. Is that coming from my side?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I don't have an echo.
Has the jury selected a foreperson? Is that you, Mr. Dyer?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dyer, has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could please pass the verdict form to the marshal.
That's not the cameraman that's in our chat. That was a different one.
The clerk will now read the verdict.
District Court, Clark County, Nevada. State of Nevada plaintiff versus Thomas William Randolph defendant. Case number 09C250966, Department 10. Verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant, Thomas William Randolph, as follows. Count 1, conspiracy to commit murder. Guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. Count 2,
it's going to be
murder
guilty
with use of a deadly weapon, Sharon Randolph. Guilty of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon. Count 3, murder with use of a deadly weapon, Michael Miller. Guilty of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon. Dated this 24th day of August 2023. Signed, David Dyer. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are these your verdicts as read? So say you one, so say you all.
Yes.
Does either side desire to have the jury polled?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, you can poll the jury.
Juror number one, are these your verdicts as read? Juror number two, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number three, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number four, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number five, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number six, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number seven, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number eight, are these your verdicts as read? Juror number nine, are these your verdicts as read? Juror number 10, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 11, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 12, are these your verdicts as read?
She has got like gum in her mouth or something in her
Ladies
cheek.
and gentlemen of the jury, I want to thank you very much for the time and attention that you gave to this matter. You will now be excused. If you could follow the marshal to the back, and I will come back and formally excuse you from your jury service.
Show Tommy. Go back. Show Tommy.
He was pretty.
Oh, he ain't rising.
No, he's done with that. No respect for the jury there.
True colors coming out.
Mm-hmm. Well, go ahead and cancel that defamation lawsuit plan.
Yeah.
That's not going to go through.
Okay, for the record, we are outside the presence of our jury. We need to set this matter down for sentencing. We're going to refer this matter to parole and probation, set it down for sentencing.
The October 12th at 9 a.m.
October 12th.
October 12th.
October's going to be so busy.
So busy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I will go and formally excuse the jury, and then the jury is requesting that if the attorneys wish to speak to them, I will come back and get you guys and you can speak to them.
Tommy's like, I'm busy that day.
Yeah. I got plans.
I've got yoga.
Yeah.
And bailiff's like, you won't be needing these.
Wonder what he did with all those notes he took.
Oh, he's in a
Oh,
wheelchair.
now he needs a wheelchair.
Oh, wow.
You know, he came in one of the hearings, though. He came in that wheelchair, and they were pushing him in. And then when he got up to leave, he stood up, and he grabbed his big old thing. Oh, Colleen.
Oh, that is awesome.
Oh.
There's Dean O'Kelly. Congratulations to the family. Some tears of joy there, just relief. Big smiles, too.
Oh. I'm so glad Colleen can finally put this behind her again. I can't even imagine.
Man. Going through it a second time. I think she's done now. I think this one's going to stick.
Yeah.
They didn't bring any of the prior acts in this time. I mean, the only bits the jury heard that there was even a prior marriage came from Thami himself in some of like the 911 call reenactment.
Yeah.
So they did this as clean as possible, as appeal proof as they could possibly make it.
Yeah.
And did an awesome job.
Yeah. They really did. And I'll say that, man, those closing arguments yesterday were just.
Look at that. Josh gets a hug to Mr. Kelly. Oh, Kelly, that is awesome. Sorry, go ahead. Closing arguments.
Josh is probably like, I'll hug him. I'll choke him. No, I'll just keep hugging. Yeah, I'll just keep hugging. Yeah, closing arguments. They did such a good job. It was incredible. They really just nailed it.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess that's it.
Yeah, lost the feet. No, it's back.
It's back.
I don't know. The judge has already said, so we've got the October date for the sentencing. There's probably going to be a pre-sentencing investigation first, right? They're going to have that off.
I know last time they had they had victims impact statements from the families that were affected, and they had Becky, or not Becky, Francis's daughter come in last time too. Her name is Rachel. She came in and testified. And so they had that, and then they had his kids. I I say kids, I mean, they're grown children, but they're
Yeah.
they're his kids. They came in and his mom. So I don't know if they're going to do that this time since the jury's not deciding the sentencing this time. I don't know if they'll still do that or if they'll just have the judge, you know, do it herself. I'm not exactly sure how that'll work. I'm going to have to look into it and find out.
Yeah, we pretty much know what the outcome is going to be. He's going to get life without
Right.
parole.
Yeah.
That's not a surprise.
Right.
But I think they'll probably will give the family an opportunity to speak. So that might happen again.
Yeah, I hope
Nurse
so.
for God just came in with a huge super chat.
Thank you so much, Nurse for God. I appreciate that. Thank you. Y'all, I'm so glad that they got this one right. This is one of those that I could not imagine them getting this wrong, but you never know. And then when when you're looking at the case and you think like, man, they'll never know. Well, not never, but while they're going through the trial, they won't know about his, the previous wives and his pattern and, the Eric Tarantino's and the, Uncle Eddie, Cousin Eddie. What was his name in here? He looked like Cousin Eddie, but Morrison.
Morrison, yeah.
Yeah. They won't know about, they won't know about any of that. They won't know about any of that pattern. But so it kind of makes you.
That was a big loss.
Oh, he was golden.
He would have been so good.
He was golden. I loved him.
Yeah,
and he kind of reminds me of home, actually. Like he reminds me of, a lot of people that lived in the area where I grew up, honestly.
The closest thing we got to him on the stand was Michael Hogue, where he's like, well, why am I even here? I could care less sort of thing. The attitude was there, and so we got to see a little bit of that, and that was really, really cool. But no, it was impressive. I know in this trial that because this was an appeal trial, because of the reason why it got appealed, the judge was very careful to not let anything in.
Yeah.
And it was so much so that it's like now we've taken out all the stuff that really says, everything that shows the pattern of what he has done is gone. And we were just left with the exact, outline of the case. And the thing that was his downfall was that walkthrough video, which he didn't have to do. And what a smart decision by Dino Kelly to say, the reason we were able to get that walkthrough video is by not taking his clothes, by not doing the gunshot residue of his hands, by not making him think that he was a suspect. And he was helping us out and we were believing him and I was befriending him and he was, or we were befriending him and got him to participate and he wouldn't stop talking. And that was his downfall. I think the jury saw through the story that he had built and the whole scenario.
Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. And I knew that going into this, I knew that they were going to, fight to have that part taken out. And they were going to try to fight to have the validity of that, called into question because it's one of those things that, it did look bad. It's, it did look bad.
Just the headline itself, 6 wives, 4 are dead. Right at that point, you're like, well, eyebrows go up. It was like something's happening here.
Yeah.
But they couldn't bring any of that in, and so much with Mr. Morrison as well couldn't come in.
Yeah.
It was the state was. It's not that they had a weak case because they have a good case, but it was mostly circumstantial.
Yeah.
And all they had was basically the big gotchas were, look, their own side, their story doesn't match up with the facts. And so we have to tell you the story based on the evidence. And we don't know exactly how it happens, but what they said is not how it happened. And the jury agreed and said, this was premeditated. You planned this out, you hired a hitman, and then you crossed him.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad that the thing with, their star witness, if you could even call it that, because they're, they didn't have much of any star witness, but with the whole thing about how he got his bag stolen on the thing. Okay, fine. But then and we talked about this in chat, everything that he said about, officer involved shootings and, the trauma and the, how it can affect things. All of that was true for those situations.
Yes. Had we had an officer on trial in an officer involved shooting, that would have been great information to review.
Yes.
But the situation was so different.
So different.
It's like you can't compare apples and oranges and say, see, because I experienced this at war in Iraq. Thus Tommy in his played out little plan obviously experienced the same thing. and jury didn't buy that at all either. Unfortunately, the funny thing is Tommy had to pay the bill for that guy at the end of the day anyway, even though it did him no good.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And I bet he was, and as soon as he said, something about how much he made too, I was like, oh, I bet Tommy's sitting there, racking it up. But he just, this is one of those that I was nervous going into it because they had so many things that they couldn't show, but seeing the jury questions, that first time that we got to hear the jury questions was the first time I was like, okay, we're going to be fine, because I feel like you can tell so much by that, because you can tell how much they're paying attention and what things they're picking up on, and how involved they are in everything. And I think they just did such a great job on that. So
I was nervous that they wouldn't start asking questions because they didn't understand the judge. And if the judge had explained the whole questioning process of how that works as a jury member at the speed that she reads the little, the end of the day blurb, I'd be like, I still don't know what she's talking about. She is so quick. And when the camera's on her, we could see her lips, and you're focusing, and, maybe even closing your eyes sometimes, you can follow it, and I can follow it. And I know I could hear everything she said. But I mean, we've got the benefit of the microphones, and the jury didn't. They just have the audio in the court. The mics are for our benefit.
Right.
So yeah, once they started asking questions, like, good, they understand how this works, and they got better and better throughout the trial. And eventually there were like stacks of papers being handed over, like a ream of questions had been prepared, and they were great questions. People that knew, why the sample size was important for a study, and, who paid for the study, just really in-depth stuff that is like, yes, this is what we need. We need a jury that's really awake, even in this late stage in the trial, and asking the good questions.
Yeah, those were great questions. And there were some things that I thought, like when they asked them, I was like, oh, that's something that I didn't, even think of, but it's such a good question. So I was really happy to see it. And I was happy that they got it right. I could not even imagine the pain that Colleen and everybody involved, everybody whose life has been touched by his nonsense. I can't imagine them, having to have to sit there while he, got to go and then turn around and sue everybody. Ugh.
Yeah. And it's the style that we saw, imagine we saw it just in a little bit, but when we had Kelly on the stand, we're listening to the interrogation video, and the way he said, "So is your wife hot?" And those little jabs. This was Tommy. This is how he was. This is what they lived with. Those little jabs, little taunts of like, look what I can get away with, and I'm going to win, you're going to lose. And the thought of them having to face this again after they thought they had a victory and then winning on appeal, that must have been devastating to hear the appeal was granted. And then, seeing this come again, and he's got that same attitude, that same cockiness, playing the same games with the, oh, my back and everything. And just like, they know that they're dealing with a narcissist that is twisting the knife every way he can. And so it was amazing for the family to be as strong as they were on the stand, and just do such a great job.
Yeah.
I'm happy with the outcome. I'm very happy.
Me too. I am. And I know I cannot even think of one person that I have talked to during all of this that thought that he was, innocent and just misunderstood, other than himself. So
we had just a few people over on our side that were more on the state's not proven it side, which originally, when I said, I didn't like the delivery style for Josh or Bean, but they did a good job. I mean, Thami got a great defense out of his lawyers. The way they covered everything, the way they had put together a theory of defense that was reasonable, that made sense. The only part that didn't fit, if they had just if we did not have Thami's side, the defense would have won this case. Hands down, it would have been acquittal, because you can't prove it. Their story was really good up until the part where they had to fit Thami's walkthrough into it, and that they just couldn't do that.
Yeah. He was his own worst witness, and he didn't even testify. Like and that's, he reminded me in that way of Murdoch, because, Murdoch sunk his own ship by talking too much and thinking he was, too smart to get caught and could say whatever he wanted to say and, lie about whatever he wanted to lie about, and that he was too smart to get caught lying. And he sunk his own ship because he, all that stuff of him talking to them, saying he was not at the kennels and all that. It reminded me so much of that, where, just that behavior where you think that you are, smartest person in the room, like they said yesterday, and that you can say whatever you want and convince people of it.
Yeah. And Alex had the benefit of being able to, have a track record in court of being able to do this, of being able to say something, present something, even emotion on command, and being able to be believed and have people, come back with a big verdict for his side.
Yeah.
And so he went into there and thinking he could get on the stand to do the same thing. And the jury, obviously they saw through that, but
yeah,
another great trial.
Another great trial. That was a good one. And it's the first one that you and I ever covered together.
Yes,
if
you had never sent that tweet, I would still be chartless and have no idea that you have this amazing skill that you do. So glad you sent that first tweet and it went viral, and eventually I found it, and that you eventually stopped ghosting me and it came on YouTube.
Yes.
That's cool. That is great. You picked up a couple hundred subscribers since I've over here last, which is awesome. Love that the numbers are going up. Almost 100. Sorry, I looked at it wrong. It should be a couple hundred, but
moving right along. Yeah, I know. We're trying to start planning, because we've got a little bit of time until we hit 10,000, but I wanted to start kind of planning early, because I want it to be so big, and I want it to be all about the people. So, we have all these, ideas, and we're going to get together some clips of, things along the way and all of that. And
that's hard work for those that don't know, collecting those clips and putting things together. This is almost like heavy research, like doctorate level research. It's so difficult and time consuming.
It is so time consuming. Yeah.
I can't wait to see it.
Yeah.
It'll be awesome.
But and don't get me wrong, look, if we hit 10K tomorrow, I'd be excited, and I'd still do the stream anyway. But I'm starting early because I know, on top of everything else I do, trying to, find a little bit of time, each week to work on that is going to be, a lot.
We've all just got extra time just sitting around all over the place.
Right? So everybody's just looking for stuff to do. I'll give you all to-do list.
I've got one. I think Mrs. RA has one for me for the weekend. So she doesn't know, but this court case we're following out of Florida that we just picked up is probably going to be in court tomorrow, in tomorrow and on Saturday.
Yeah.
And one of the jurors pipes up afterwards, like, if this goes past Saturday, we've got a problem. And so the judge is pushing. It's going to be a late night Friday and then into Saturday. It's going to be a quick verdict, I think, because that guy's like, I got to go. I can't stick around here forever.
I wonder if I could find, since it's right here in my neighborhood. Yeah. I wonder if I could find one of the jurors after, and
that would be awesome. Or just attend. The cameras show, it's bizarre. The cameras show the jury, and this is the court. The court is providing the feed. They're the ones that own the cameras and are providing the feed. And then they stream it live on YouTube. And so we're following that. But the jurors are right there, and it's interesting to be able to watch as defense makes a point, and their heads snap over and they look at something, and you can see where what catches them, what gets their attention when they start writing the notes. So it's almost like we're in the courtroom, but it would be awesome if you could go as well.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Maybe I got some errands to get out and run tomorrow, if since now we don't have court. So
pick up some spicy maple bourbon pickles.
I'll do that. And then I'll go hang out at the courthouse for a little while, watch my neighbor's murder trial. And then by that time, my brother and my niece and my nephew should all be in town. So it'll work out perfect. Just got to get some pickles and a murder trial in before the family gets here,
Yep. Just a regular weekend. Pickles and a murder trial. Brandy, it is awesome. Thanks for inviting me over and giving me space here. This is awesome. It's fun to hang out with you. We need to do it more often. So.
I know. I like this. We'll have to do it. Maybe tomorrow, if when I get home from the pickles and the murder trial, maybe I'll try to pop in over there and watch my neighbor from your stream.
That would be cool. Send me a text if you're going to go there. I can't wait. That would be hilarious.
Okay.
All right. I'll jump off. See you guys.
All right. Thank you so much.
Have yourselves a great day. I'll be live tomorrow on my channel, but we'll follow the rest from here. I'll keep up to date. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Wait.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, for everybody who is going to need something to watch tomorrow, RA will be live. Nurse for God is gifted like 1 million memberships. Oh my gosh. Nurse for God, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I can't pull up who they went to, but I appreciate that so much. 20 more memberships right there. Thank you. Baby Bear. Thank you so much for the 10K celebration. I love that we're like already like, yeah, we're claiming it. We're excited. We're going to get there. It's amazing. Y'all are the best. I absolutely. Where are you going? We ain't done. We're saying goodbye. She's trying to dip out early. She knows that I'm getting ready to be done, and she's like already about to get up and go try to make me walk her. Thank you so much, Baby Bear. I appreciate that. Thank y'all so much for the gifts. Thank you so much for the likes and the hanging out and the super chats and the spending your day with me. I appreciate it more than y'all know. This is Nurse Forgot said we are getting to 10K. Yes, we are. Can y'all believe that? How crazy is that? How crazy is it that, like, I remember the day that I was so excited to hit 1,000 subs. Look, Lucy's like, okay, I guess we're not done. Let me sit my butt down again and just wait. I remember the day that I was so excited to get 1,000, and now, you know, here in a few weeks we're going to be at 10,000. That's insane to me. It's insane. Y'all are truly, truly, truly the best. Y'all are the best. All right, so that does it for me. I am going to get off of here. I am not planning on doing a stream tomorrow. If my calendar shows a hearing or something that I've forgotten about, I might do that. That's it. So I will not be streaming tomorrow. I've got some stuff to get done before my family comes to town. And I don't think I have any hearings or anything on my calendar tomorrow anyway. So I don't think that there's anything for me. So I will. Nurse for God, thank you so much. I'll save my pennies to get you to 10K. Nurse for God, I appreciate you so much. And I appreciate you being here. We're going to get to 10K. Y'all share and tell everybody to come over, subscribe. We are getting close, and I'm getting excited, and it's awesome. We have like the coolest, the best community here. And I am just obsessed with all of you. And I'm so excited. Yes, so excited. Y'all are very generous. Thank you so much. Thank you for, look at her staring at me. Y'all look at her. Stalker, give me 5. Good girl. I am going to take her out before she turns into a attack dog. Thank you so much. If you haven't hit like yet, please do. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do. And if you know anybody who hasn't subscribed yet, share us. I am going to try to get the podcast recorded in the morning, the final podcast with verdict and everything that I will try to get recorded tomorrow morning and release it. So make sure you listen, because there are some of the things that are on there, even though it's over, I know. But for those of you who watched with us, there are some things on there that we went through that were so entertaining. So I will not be here tomorrow, but night court, I believe, isn't night. I'm pretty sure he's doing night court. I haven't heard any different. Yeah, he said, I'm going home. It's as simple as that. Well, he is going home. Thami is going to his forever home. So that's what he gets. He could eat bologna sandwiches for the rest of his life and never murder or steal again, and never take away anybody's family member from them again. So that's what he gets. So one last sit down, Thami, one last sit down, Josh, and one last sit down, Mr. Bean. That's what they get. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Night court tomorrow, and I will see y'all on Monday.